anniversary of Worlds, and they've been posting a bracket of memorable plays from Worlds history. So let's check out the next round that we have here. It is Rollers Virus Flash from 2017 versus Balls Pentakill in 2015.
Moving to the front line, and Samsung Galaxy push mid
probably
first.
the shortest day ever.
Flash ult lips! They've caught Baker! They've got the CC! The mid laner is down! The unkillable Demon King has done just alive! As Ruler stays in, life stealing. In the back line, they found more as Hootie does not have a way out. Pops the ult, but he has...
Using triple pressure on all the lanes.
Be careful! Here's the jump in, it's a two-man ult, he catches balls. Sneaky is out, there's a turret alive, though they gotta be careful. A big knockback, and that's the kill into Morgana. Azir goes down as well, but the dunks are coming through. A double kill for Balls, a triple kill for Balls. Holy cow!
So now you're gonna get
Kill for Balls! Holy cow!
I gotta say, my region is featured in a lot of memorable plays. Not the way I would want, though. It's always against us.
I will say shout out to the Balls Pentakill for starting the Jats like a worrying trend because of his solo queue exploits, but I think the people chose right.
Yeah.
I don't even think it should have been close.
In a dream world for me, we have Rulers Virus Flash versus
Going
Fakers.
all the way.
No,
Yeah.
versus Fakers Azir Shuffle, right?
is.
Because I do think
I don't know. I have a soft spot in my heart for Praise Ash Arrow.
it's
I'm rooting
hard.
for it.
It's hard. I'm sure, Laura, you have a least favorite one that's still in the running.
That is coming,
While we're on the topic of you having a tough time.
Tien's Lucille double kill, I gotta say, was really impressive. Not a good memory for us either. We'll see who wins next later in the Legacies of the Rift. But for now, let's check in on more Crystal Ball predictions and how they're panning out so far at Worlds. How are you guys doing in that department, actually?
Not well.
Not well. Okay.
I believed in KT the appropriate amount, so not super.
Okay, so KT boomed me because I didn't believe.
Yeah, as
Anyway.
they should. Anyway,
Yeah.
The man.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, I had
Most
them going
kills.
through, just not like this far, right?
So Crystal Ball had Genji. It is T1 actually with 128.
I did actually go T1
Huh.
because
Yeah.
I know T1. They're very bloodthirsty. They're a team that loves to play aggressive. I was contemplating between them and I want to say BLG or TES, but I ended up going for the LCK.
That would make sense, knowing the LPL
makes
teams.
sense to
Next
have more
one
kills.
here will be
Because they
the
play
highest
almost minimum
KDA so
target.
far.
Oh,
People had Roller, which makes sense.
Yeah,
My girls,
I also had
BDD,
Ruler.
smashing
But
it
it's
again.
BDD. Look who's there. KT Rolster represented. Mao is already rolling his eyes at us.
well, I'm more so.
Surrounded by
Isn't this
KT
worrying
fans.
for the two of you?
It is
Yes,
worrying.
it is concerning.
I'm just saying, the stats are great. They're 3 and 0.
No. Okay, shut up.
We're waiting for the great cutoff. Anyway, we'll check that out later.
Let's
in
move on to the
quarterfinals.
next one.
What is the next one? Which team had the most unique champion picks so far? Crystal Ball.
Oh,
had
interesting.
T1. It is MKOI and T1.
Huh.
I'm not surprised to see MKOI up there, knowing them in the ADC. I am surprised that they managed to flash that many at Worlds, because usually it's going to come from Mirvin. But top lane is, I'm sorry, but really boring right now. So
Yeah, it
Yeah.
hasn't really been where we've seen a lot of the creativity. I think it's been somewhat supports jungler left and right. I went with Genji actually. I was expecting them to have fun, but I guess they're saving that till best of fives because they have drafted box standard so far. Letting me
Absolutely.
down a little bit.
next one up is which player had the most unique champions pick so far? Keria is an easy one, of course,
Okay.
we could think about. And it is Supa with 8.
I'm basic. I went for Carrier.
I also went for Keria because I figured he'd be pulling out some weird stuff
Well,
in
also,
the bot lane.
I was expecting T1 to have a long run. I'm still expecting T1 to have a long run. So there's a lot of opportunity for Carrier to pick different stuff.
Will they do it again?
Sure.
We'll see that later today. The next one we have is which player had the most first blood so far here at Worlds. We had Honor. It had to be in the jungle anyway,
Yeah.
and it is Elioya.
I also went owner again. I feel like I'm kind of showing my colors here, given that he has been the really big instigator early on. But I'm happy to see Oyoya. Oyoya to me is a jungler that I always domestically have really respected, and it's always a bummer when a player then can't quite bring it out at an international stage. And I think so far, the fact that he's able to pick up this many first bloods bodes well for MKOI.
Yeah, and
I had Jinja.
Oh, makes sense.
Oh.
Yeah.
This one's gonna pay off in the late game of Worlds, I feel though. Shortest game, Genji. It's,
No,
yeah,
100 Thieves.
That was
that's not surprising.
one of the drafts of all time.
I also
This side of
did.
100 Thieves.
Yeah, I also did put Genji here though. As I figured.
No, I went with T1. I feel like T1 have more stompy games.
I thought it was gonna be MKOI. MKOI T1, you know, bringing back memories as well. We're used to this one, but no, it is always from the West. So yeah, that's what we have so far. Let's turn our attention to the brackets and today's matchup to see what we have on the menu, because we're gonna finish the best of 3 rounds of teams we're gonna send home. Sadly, 2 teams are going home tonight. How have things gone so far? That's
yeah, because we're looking back to the bracket from last year, because I kind of want to highlight something very important to me. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll bring the best later.
But it is actually a precursor to this, because I think it's very important to note that teams that struggled last year in Swiss still have an opportunity to bounce back. And if you do well in knockouts, none of what has happened so far matters.
Yeah, true. And obviously, we're looking at a few of our teams here with that, right? Like T1, BLG, both of whom play today. There are so many juicy possible 2-2 matchups.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I feel like that's going to get super spicy.
Now it's time to go in the past, actually, because we're going to talk about BLG. They're coming up against VKS that we see here behind us here. And guys, BLG, are they about to do it again? Their run so far at Worlds, not the best. But we know how things went last year.
Because last year, they barely scraped by, right? And I do think that there's been a lot of talk about the difference in level of teams that they lost to back then versus now. I think that is valid. I also think how they looked coming into the tournament and have looked the whole year versus now is very different. But it is important to note that even barely squeaking by G2 in a 2-1 final series, eventually were able to make it through. They were 1 game away from winning a world championship. So I'm not going to truly doubt BLG until they're mathematically eliminated, because this team just keeps pulling a rabbit out of a hat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to point out a few differences from how
As we need
BLG
to.
have performed recently as opposed to that BLG last year, because I do think they had a really rough start to Swiss stage last year as well, as you said. However, I do think their draw this time around has been a little bit easier, let's just say. And then I also think the big thing is they've been doing this jungle thing, right, where they're swapping between Shadow and Beichuan. Shadow is starting today. Last year it was Shun coming in that actually really made the difference in kind of turning their fates around. Here's a quick little BLG checklist, some do's and don'ts for today. I think they haven't been coordinated in their team fights. Also, when I think of this team, I do think of stuff like that Caitlyn Elise, right? And them being able to pressure and completely take over the map. That faltered as well. And then lane poorly, I think Bin's been having a rough time. This is potentially the roughest time I've ever seen him have at an international, including his debut in 2020.
Yeah, his debut was mind-boggling, but it was also the breakout year of 2023 and 2024, where he was at worst contesting for best top laner in the world, right? Like top of that elite pool, and we just haven't seen that level of gameplay thus far at Worlds.
A lot of things to fix on the side of BLG. They have to do it today. But for now, let's turn our attention to VKS's jungler Disamis, as Shocks caught up with him earlier today in the Verizon Game Day interview.
It's a really big day for Vivo-Kate Stars and Disamis going into this matchup versus BLG. So the first question I have to ask is, how are we feeling? The first seed from the LPL is waiting for you.
I mean, we're actually kind of confident, because I think even though they are the first seed, I think they are maybe the worst LPL team on the tournament right now. So we're just here to play our game, you know. We kind of have nothing to prove to them. So we're confident.
Okay, I heard from your coach, Seal, that it was a little bit harder to find scrims in the beginning. So how is that looking now?
After we won PSG, it got a bit better, because some teams actually wanted to scrim us. But like before, we were losing to every team, so it was really hard to find scrims. We had to scrim some LPL mix, you know, some players that are off season right now. But they are actually pretty solid, to be honest. I think they were better than most of the teams in Worlds, so it was fine.
Oh, the mixed team. Okay, I see. I also saw you do the jersey swap with Canyon. Can you tell me about that?
Bro, that was insane. Like he's my biggest idol in League. Like he's the guy that I look up the most. So Chris has a friend in GNG, so he messaged them, and he said that like he actually wrote like a big test saying why I should take off my jersey to take the picture of Kano. And I mean, it was really insane. I hope you can actually like do it again, like and meet on other internationals, so we can do it again, because it's so cool when you see those players that you used to watch a lot, you know.
Yeah.
So it was just really cool.
Lovely. It's a magical moment, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, obrigada e boa sorte.
Obrigado, obrigado. Nice Portuguese.
Thanks.
Nice Portuguese.
Unbelievably based. Having Canyon as your go jungler, great taste. Also having the guts to just fully commit
yeah.
to the meme. You love to see it.
Yeah, this man, when they were about to lift their trophy in the LTA South, was like, wait a minute. I have to take my shirt off. And then there was a really funny moment in the pre-press conference before LTA Grand Finals where they're like, I don't know, they're on to me. Not sure if I can do it.
Well, hopefully he can take his shirt off again today for him, at least if they manage to pull this upset against VLG. And guys, it wouldn't be the first time that Brazil does it. I remember 2016, INTZ versus EDG. Nobody saw it coming, but they managed to pull this one.
Yeah, that was a massive upset. It especially meant a lot to those players specifically. Revolta had talked about how he'd studied Clearlove so much at that point in time. Clearlove was his favorite jungler, was constantly just studying his VODs. And this was huge. Like, this was a massive, massive upset. Obviously, this is a best of one. Today is a best of three. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. But yeah, like this INTZ team, I miss them so much. These were such a fun group of guys, and being there in San Francisco to kind of see this upset was amazing.
All right, so thinking about the matchup that we have here today, I remember we had Shrimby on the desk when we did the draw show, and looking at those odds, he's giving it 75% for BLG, which is understandable, but if they can do it, what is it going to come down to, Emily?
So I have a quick telestrator that we're going to kind of fly through just to talk a little bit about what they end up doing well here. So this is a setup from their series against FlyQuest, and it's the game they won in Grand Finals. What they like to do is kind of play with vision if they can draw you somewhere where you don't think they're going to be. The most important things here are going to be this Nocturne Akali combo. Akali is already in a really good spot. They know that Quad kind of wants to push up here. Because there was a lot of contesting here and Fly saw Disamis, Inspired thinks he's going to be able to go in here as we roll through the clip, is going to try for a play onto this Akali in the top lane. And VKS are going to respond really well by kind of trapping them in there. As we roll through, you see Nocturne flying in, right? They use this against PSG as well to qualify for this match. And then I love how they come down river and kind of draw this out for a really nice Jhin setup on the other side. Basically, it's kind of rudimentary macro, right? But they like to be able to try to play and make you think they don't have as many people in position as they do by soft contesting and then kind of trap you. And I thought this was well done. Again, a composition they really like to pilot, especially Nocturne and Akali. They're two best players mid-jungle, so BLG have to watch out for that.
Yeah, watch out for that. And again, they didn't have the best performance so far in Brazil. Has been surprising. It is do or die here in this matchup for both team VKS against finalist BLG. Let's check out what happened in this best of three.
There's a saying, beware a man with nothing to lose.
100 Thieves are just losing fight after fight, Drake after Drake.
100 Thieves tries, they might, the might of Humble Alive is just too much.
We are 1-2 and fighting for our lives now at Worlds. It could be our last chance with this roster. All good things come to an end, but I don't want it to end like this. So I want to play my heart out and leave with no regrets.
T1이 지금 절벽에 있지만
I think they're looking a little bit more fallible than I initially anticipated.
T1이 지금 절벽에 있지만 이 위기만 잘 넘긴다면 충분히 좋은 기회가 찾아올 거라고 생각합니다. 월즈가 T1을 항상 몰아붙여도 T1은 항상 세계 최고의 팀이었습니다.
I expect both teams to really just give their best, put all the team issues aside and try to come together and win.
저희가 여기서 떨어질 팀이 아니기 때문에 오늘 승리해서 더 높은 곳으로 올라가겠습니다.
It's do or die, win or go home. with everything on the line. I hope you're not too sad when we win.
T1이 없는 월즈 상상하지 않으셔도 됩니다.
黑夜再深，但黎明总会到来。
이제 할 수 있는 거 다 보여줘야 된다고 프로게이머로서 이제 스스로 직업 인식을 좀 가지고 있어야 되거든요. 도전자 입장이다 보니까 이제 열심히 해서 더 잘할 수밖에 없는 상황이 된 것 같고요. 또 어깨가 무거우니까 그 어깨 무거움을 좀 잘 즐겨보도록 하겠습니다.
And China is upset. BLG in the dirt again.
因为我们现在已经1-2了嘛，然后之后的每一场比赛都有可能是最后一场，然后就希望我们能够给我们自己做得更好。
BLG는 엄청 강한 팀이고 옛날에 MSI에서 저를 좀 강하게 이제 찍어 눌렀던 팀이기도 하거든요.
Miru in a lot of trouble. And a 2-0 domination from BLG. A phenomenal win for them, a confident win for them.
사실 저희 팀한테 좀 벅찬 팀일 수도 있겠지만 상대 팀도 어느 정도 기세가 죽었고 사실 저희 팀이 BLG랑 비빈다는 게 객관적으로 보면은 말이 안 되는 거긴 해요. 저희가 좀 약팀 포지션이라서 그래도 사실 프로게임에서 항상 변수라는 건 존재하거든요.
我们的目标是最后的冠军，而不是一时的胜利。我们会一个一个击败你。
계속 이제 정신 못 차렸으면 좋겠고 저희 팀 이제 기회가 좀 더 생길 수 있게 그리고 저희 팀이 이제 2승 2패로 올라갈 수 있게 쭉 그대로 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025 here in Beijing, China. There are only 2 days remaining of Swiss stage competition, and all matches from here on out are for elimination from the tournament. Today, we have 2 best-of-3s ahead of us to decide who will get to move on to tomorrow's final day of Swiss and those final best-of-3s to secure a spot in the quarterfinals. Today's first head-to-head pits the LPL's #1 seed BLG up against Brazil's #1 VKS. A very seemingly lopsided matchup on first look, but anything can happen at Worlds. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Vedius to bring you the action.
I mean, it is just insane to think that today we have the 1-2 bracket and both of last year's World finalists are playing. It is ridiculous. Yeah. We have T1 and BLG. They were the World Finals last year. And so there are some massive challenges now for these teams that are down there with them. VKS and 100 Thieves have got their work cut out for them.
And I think that if VKS is going to stand a chance, they have to show us what they showed us against PSG. They need to bring violence to the Rift, create chaos, look for action as often as you possibly can, because this is a team that, on the macro sense, I feel like can't compete against what BLG brings to the table, but in the individual playmaking, that'll be where I think they stand a chance.
And I think when you watch Brazilian League of Legends this year, or even historically, that's kind of the attitude that comes to mind immediately. They like to fight, they like to scrap. Macro might not be on the same level as other regions, but they're always willing to take the skirmish, take the team fight, take the opportunity for some PvP. And Vivo Cade Stars are going to have to take everything they can get if they want to stand a chance against, like you already said, Isaac, a team that just last year was World's Finals runner-up.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be an incredibly difficult challenge. Trimby gave them 25% chance. I think that is, very generous. To me, this would be the biggest upset of all time. Yeah. If this is, a series win for VKS. I want to see them really go out there, play with confidence, see if they have any spicy picks that they can bring out, things that you can really kind of throw a curveball to try to get a way in, because I do think it's going to be very difficult for VKS. Just when you're looking across the board, like you're favoring BLG in every lane, you're favoring BLG in team fighting, you're favoring BLG in macro, so they need to find ways to really make things uncomfortable for BLG.
All right, let's hop into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX here for the first time today. It's BLG on the blue side, VKS on the red. BLG going to go ahead, ban out the Wukong, the Aurora, and the Scion, while on the VKS side, it's that very typical Yunara and Orianna bans that we very often see first round.
Azir also going to be left open.
Yep.
Historically, against Knight, not one of his preferred champions. But with the Ryze open anyway, it could be something that BLG, I stand corrected, with the Nico open, this is something that On often tends toward. It gives him a lot of agency on the bot side of the map, and also gives a direction. Things like Caitlyn immediately rise in priority as a powerhouse bot lane pick to pair alongside it. Potentially something like the Xayah as well that we've seen come through from Elk so far at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've also seen things like Nico, Corki. You know, the question to me is, will VKS try to go for a dominant bot lane of their own? You can do things like try to take away the Caitlyn, try to play like Caitlyn Karma and some of these more aggressive lanes. Azir feels like a bit of a no-brainer when that is left up. But I want to see them play for priority lanes. I don't think you can play a slow game to try to play like fully slow and just scale it up. It's not going to be a recipe for success, and especially when you're here on the red side as VKS, I want to see them prioritizing both top lane counter pick and support counter pick, try to get winning 2v2, try to get winning top lane, and see if that can give you a way in.
Right now, VKS is
There's the karma I was talking about.
Yeah, looking to match a bit of range on the bot side of the map. That means engage has to come from somewhere else, with Wukong taken out of the picture. Things like Xin Zhao. Oh, never mind. BLG are not going to waste any time. They're going to go for the Trundle Ziggs first rotation, assuming this Ziggs is actually in the mid lane as a response to the Azir, something that we've seen from Knight so far this year. It's kind of his answer into that Azir pick.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. Obviously, is a flex, could go bot as well, but definitely does feel like for now it is going to be that answer. And the question is now, do you actually match jungle picks here, or do you let that fall? And they are going to go for the Kiana, so going to be needing some hard engage here that is kind of lacking right now, and I'm a little bit concerned with, you know, some of those kind of like prime top lane tanks being much less valuable when the Trundle is there, and you haven't got engage from jungle, you haven't got engage from support. You could draft an engage AD carry, but those, like, we haven't seen Ashe at all in the meta, so already a little bit concerned how VKS are going to be looking to start fights.
And we know that Trundle can be very effective at neutralizing a lot of other fighter type of junglers, like Xin Zhao is immediately one that comes to mind that Trundle is adept against, but Kiana can actually dance circles around him, going invisible, bursting him very quickly. It's hard for Trundle to maximize his dueling power against this champion. So at least in the jungle matchup, what VKS has here for Desamas, but I agree, the engage opportunities are going to need to be buffed up if VKS want to find chances to make this game bloody and make it chaotic. They will go ahead and ban out that Caitlyn pairing that you guys were talking about as a potential partner for the Nico, and it's Renekton, banned out by BLG.
Seems VKS has the same read and expecting this Ziggs to go mid lane. As you said, Azael, there's always the possibility of it going bot, but for the time being, VKS want to limit that bot lane pool. Meanwhile, BLG, I think it was a good read on the Trundle early priority, making it much harder for you to get that engage on the top side of the map. Also removing the Renekton, kind of giving that safe top side of the map as well. Things like Cassante, definitely still an option, but like, where do you find that easy way to start these fights? Varus and Ashe are the two AD carries that come to mind that provide a little bit more utility. I can also pair nicely with the Karma.
Yeah, I mean, to me though, like, Varus is so underwhelming as a primary engage. You can obviously go something like Ornn if you want to have that engage, but it is just a weaker pick because Trundle's in the game, right? Like, you're both buffing up the Trundle and you're making yourselves weaker. I would not like Cassante at all, just simply because it's not going to bring anything as far as the engage, and really, I don't think it's nearly as strong as it has been in the past. This pick does not feel like it scales very well, and it is going to be double blind soul laners on red side. And
that's a little crazy.
And, you know, like, the only response basically they've gotten has been this Karma. Is the only response pick they've really been able to get. They are going to be able to save their bot lane pick for last year, but either you have to have something super spicy in bot lane for this to make sense, or they were worried that Ben would just take the Ambessa away. But again, it now feels like it's kind of, you know, this a little bit split in what the comp wants to do, because you have Karma, which is more usually kind of like kite back and absorb the engage. You have Kiana and Ambessa, which is like full dive and fully send it in. So I'm kind of a little bit unsure, you know, what pick could actually bring it all together.
this Jax pick for BLG, it's easy to discredit the situation they're in because of their performance throughout the year, but this was a super famous pick for Bin. It was something that at international competition, you just couldn't afford to give him because of how dominant he would be on the pick. So now, picking it into Boal on the top side of the map, things are already looking very scary from the perspective of VKS with the fact that BLG have so much comfort on their side.
And so the final pick of the draft here on Red 5 is just that Varus that we were talking about already. And I'm not going to lie to you, Isaac, if we're talking about spices, Varus feels pretty vanilla.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean, so you blinded your top. You know, you gave Ben counterpick on blue side. You give double souling counterpick to BLG on blue side. The Varus does give you a little bit of that engage of chain interruption to potentially start off a fight. Of course, the Azir could try to fly in and start off a fight. But I am really scared for how Morteos is going to be able to actually survive in these fights. When I'm looking over at Jax, at Nico, at Trundle, you just pillar this guy in, hop on his head, throw in the Ziggs ult, and it's kind of lights out. So I do think it's going to be really difficult for Morteos to survive. We'll see how they can manage the 2v2. Karma Varus, especially if you're going poke Varus, which is what I'm expecting here, you know, can be a relatively strong lane. But, you know, we'll see if they can create a meaningful advantage down there.
I think the one thing VKS's comp has is range, because on the other side, it's not like BLG have the strongest engage tools. Like, you're looking at Flash Nico definitely as a big threat. You're looking at a potential Jax flank, and I'm thinking, okay, Kai'Sa ideally wants to dive in. Ziggs, you've got a decent amount of range, but Trundle, Jax against an Azir, depending on how they approach the fight, can be an avenue in which VKS try and leverage their range, play it slow, look to try and poke out their opposition before then looking for a favorable fight. But that requires a lot of patience and good execution around these neutral objectives. And this is for a team that just is very known for diving in and looking for fights.
And I mean, I hear you, but at the same time, also on the other side, it's like you have Ziggs poke, and if Kai'Sa goes hybrid, you can go in towards AP, and you just Trundle, pillar, and poke, right? Like, you don't really have to, I think, fully commit to an engage. Because Bin on this Jax, I think, is also going to outscale in the side lane. So we'll have to see what VKS can do. But when you're talking slow, steady macro game to be able to win it out for VKS, I'm already not feeling that confident.
All right, so here's a couple of numbers for you guys as we're waiting on the minions to spawn here at the beginning of the game. Bin is 67 and 29 on Jax in his career. That is more than a 2/3 win rate in pro play. On is 16 and 4 on Nico, so 80% of his games are wins. And this is Desamas' first ever pro Qiyana game in his career. So the numbers certainly seem to be in favor of BLG.
You're telling me he's never lost. And Jax,
Correct.
Ben has lost 29 games on Jax. Desamas has never lost a game on Qiyana. And you're trying to convince me that the Jax is favored? Come on, buddy.
I got more numbers for you.
Learn some statistics,
I got even some
okay,
more.
Flowers.
Listen, I got some fun statistics for you as well, because we talked about violence is what we need to be seeing from VKS. And so I asked the stats team to get me some numbers from their series against PSG. The average combined kills per minute from the series was 1.12. So they're getting a kill and a bit every minute, right? You then look at the average combined kills at 14. There was 10 Flowers at 14. And that was the average on throughout the series. This is a team that loves to fight. They loves to get aggressive. And we'll see if that's the approach they take, given the composition they've drafted for themselves.
Well, and we have to see how Bin's going to survive actually in this 2v2, because they have decided to send Elk up towards the top side, feeling that, you know, against this range, it could be difficult. And so Elk is going to have a nice lane here against Boal, but you're going to have Bin on this Jax up against Varus Karma. Like, that sounds miserable. We'll see how much of this farm he can even get under his tower, but right now, it's looking like he's just playing for XP.
All right, Ben finds a nice little stun there as Trimby trying to work with Morteos to get this wave shoved in. And you can see here on your screen right now, BLG's opponents so far at Worlds 25, a lot of fans have been very critical of this team, not just for ending up in the 1-2 bracket, but for ending up in the 1-2 bracket having only played Western teams. It's definitely a weaker performance than a lot of fans were hoping for.
I mean, I think that's putting it really mildly. This is the #1 LPL team. You played 4 Western teams, and you're not out of groups yet? You know, it's like, right? You know,
tough.
The expectation is that you would 3-0 that schedule, right?
Yeah.
And here they are, you know, playing for their lives in the 1 and 2 match. So definitely have not lived up to expectation whatsoever. And a lot of pressure is on them as a result. But Shadow here looking to see if he can find an angle onto Miru.
Okay, let's see what the Trundle can get here. You would hope for at least a flash, and there it is. Pillar, however, going to still knock him back a little bit, but because Miru has the shifting sands, he can get away to the safety underneath the turret. But Summoner Spell blown, that's just telling me there needs to be a return visit here in the mid lane in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, a little antsy there, I feel like, from Miru to flash that early. Yes, you know, there is potential of a pillar or a Sapphire Charge or something, you know, kind of interrupting you, but I feel like he probably could have just tried to WQE, and then if you get an interruptive flash after, but either way now Shadow's staying active and looking for Boal.
Yeah, Shadow wants to at least get another Summoner Spell up here, takes a chomp out of Boal, immediately taking a lot of turret aggro. Shadow with a late flash, what in the hell is going on? BLG just gift wrapped it! Boal gets a double kill!
That was one of the worst tower dives I think I've ever seen.
I agree.
They just walk underneath the tower. The Trundle takes the aggro. He flashes like way too late. BLG completely fumble the execution.
They didn't even get his flash! You didn't even force his flash. This is crazy. Shadow's not even hitting him at all. And then he flashes out with the last tower shot in the air. Elk loses both summoners. You didn't even get Boal's flash. And he gave him a double.
That was an absolutely abysmal tower dive from Shadow and Elk. That was just everything that VKS would have wanted. Boal's Zambessa, remember they swapped to make the lane tougher on this Zambessa. The Kaisa range supposed to harass him in the lane, put him in a spot where you can make that dive. Then you make the dive and give him 2 kills for free? You gotta be kidding me.
I mean, that's crazy. You know, you see something like that and you're like, maybe.
Well, I mean,
maybe.
The thing as well is, so you were talking a little bit about that early flash from Miru in the mid lane, and you have to think that when you see those nameplates across from you, you're super focused, but you're also a little antsy. You want to flash early to be that defensive, but getting a play like that off has to fill you with nothing but confidence. Now you find yourself 5 minutes in with an early goal lead, and you're just kind of like, all right, guys, even though the odds are stacked against us, maybe this is what we need to get ahead in this game.
And look at the top lane buy, right? Bin comes up there with cloth armor boots. You've got a pickaxe longsword on top. So Boal even has that blue buff, so a little bit more energy
6
regen.
as well.
And yeah, I want to see what kind of an advantage he can build here against Bin.
And you said it, Vedius, the EXP, not just the gold. The extra experience you get from the 2 champion kills has Boal feeling very comfortable. Bin is only 2/3 of the way to level 6. Boal's about the same distance from level 7. He's an entire level up now because of that botched dive. And we'll see if Shadow can try to get something back now. He is hovering around the area. Bin's going to jump in, finds Counter-Strike, Pillar right on top of it. Boal trying to skip his way out of here a little bit. Does not get a whole lot there with a public execution. But again, he doesn't even have to flash, and Boal gets away with 2/3 HP.
Have we started a new minigame as to when Boal will actually flash? Because this man is not going to use that Summoner Spell as VKS look for a cross map. They're going to zone Elk away from as much farm as they can. They secure a plate as well.
They get the clone out of the Nico on, trying to buy a little bit of time, but no, it's VKS teaching last year's Worlds runner-up how to do a tower dive. Chains of Corruption coming out now. They want a little bit more damage. Morteo's barely hanging on to life, and Desamas as well. A double kill for the Nico with the minions. And right as I spoke too soon. They dive too far, but it ends up being a 1-for-2. BLG get the better of them. The turret dives in this game are a mess.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the redive that they go for. Varus hits 6, hits the Chains of Corruption. So they say, we can make this happen here. But Elk has the killer instinct, has the barrier that is so much shielding to get through when it's on a redive.
The bad news for BLG is both kills went over to On. Ideally, they would have loved a little bit more funneling into Elk, but at the very least, they dissuade the dive, they close the goal gap. Trimby's taking a lot of damage.
Trimby trying to get away from all of that burst. The Mega Inferno Bomb only hits him on the edge as opposed to the center, so Trimby stays alive, but he's got to go back to base.
That is the bad news, but the good news is he knows the recipe for Proto Belt.
That he does. We're going to look back at the dive. And so On plays this about as well as he can, flashes away from the damage as much as he can, try and locks up Trimby, gets his flash early, then a lot of summoners already used on the side of VKS. The level up comes through, the ulti connects, but Trimby tanks an extra tower shot, then an additional one along with the minions. The minions finish the job! And it ends up being a double.
I mean, the tower was still heated up, right?
Yeah,
So
it was.
The tower did so much damage there as it turns on them. And he hit the Mantra Q, gets the slow into the Chains of Corruption, but again, barrier, killer instinct, that's a lot of shielding there. And yeah, lucky that it was just on grabbing those kills. Not even an assist going the way of Elk, but he does survive and is able to turn around that dive, and we are pretty much dead even now in the gold. And you can see even Boal, his gold lead has been eroding. He is only up 250 now, down a fair bit of CS. You know, was up last time we checked in at about plus 400 gold.
I just love that earlier I mentioned the average kills throughout the PSG VKS series was 10. And right now we're at 5. And we're only 9 minutes in. We've got
rookie
5 more
numbers.
minutes. Yeah.
Gotta pump those up.
I'm hoping that we get them pumped up right now. I want to see VKS keeping the pressure up, because BLG, they are stumbling. That's what we're seeing. And it's kind of the story of BLG at this tournament. Coming in as the first seed, the level that we were expecting from them is not the level that we're seeing on stage. And I feel like that the pressure might be getting to them, but there's still a lot of the game left to play.
I mean, you gotta remember, 100 Thieves beat BLG. And VKS beat 100 Thieves. So who's the real favorite here, Vedius?
The classic transitive properties, the Western reliable.
Yeah. All right, so this is actually one of the latest grub takes I feel like we've seen at this tournament, and even throughout this year. Grubs are almost always within the first 30 seconds they spawn. You see at least one of the teams sending their jungler over to at least secure one grub. But because of the chaotic state of this game, it's 9.5 minutes in before the grubs are first taken, and it is VKS securing all 3 as Trimby's in a bit of a tough spot here. The Pillar's trapping a mega Inferno bomb for the slam dunk, and that means Knight's getting paid on this one.
A disrespectful back from Trimby. He's sitting on top of a ward. They know the ward is there. He thinks he's safe. He doesn't have his flash to get away to safety. He's just secured an objective, and so there's no reason for BLG not to be pathing towards the Dragon to try and cross map. And ultimately, BLG just picked themselves up a free kill.
Yeah, he seemed very slow to react on that play, and maybe caught shopping a little bit there. We have seen that before, but is going to get taken down, and it is a freebie there for Knight, who now completes the Ludens off of that. So it's going to be pretty happy about the result, and BLG pulls ever so slightly into the lead. Bin obviously going very defensive. Early tabbies here, just wanting to survive. Makes a lot of sense against Kiana, plus Boal here, who got gifted those early 2 kills. And we want to see Boal trying to push the pace, trying to create some sort of advantage with those 2 kills that he was given. But really, it is, honestly, if you're VKS, you're probably pretty happy with how things have gone. Like, the expectation would be that you would be pretty far behind probably by now for most people.
And I mean, you still got to remember, this has been Jax. Vedius, you mentioned it back in draft. Like, this previously was a champion that was just not allowed through draft against BLG because Bin was so proficient on it. 67 and 29 career record on this champion. Even if you do start out with the 2-kill lead, Bin's perfectly comfortable laning into the Zambesa, it appears. Desamas hanging around the area, looking maybe for an opportunity if Bin continues trying to shove this forward, but he's not going to find that opportunity, so instead just goes back to farming up. Because both of those neutral objectives were delayed for so long, both of their timers are still pretty much synced up for the next Drake and the next Herald spawning, but they're still both 3.5 minutes away. So right now, I'm just kind of looking for some creativity, particularly from VKS, to make something happen in the meantime.
I think the priority for the both sides is to, well, finish off some of these main key items. We can see it coming through from junglers on both sides. The mid lane is having now finished their first item. Boal now picking up as well his first major item. Like, VKS wanting to try and play around these spikes. The next major objective is not going to be for a while. The Shadow sets his sights on the mid lane. Not going to result in too much, though. But yeah, both teams, without really anything significant to play for, it's a lot of fishing. It's a lot of maybe playing for plates, maybe looking for a pick. And so I expect both teams to be kind of very respectful of one another. As I say that.
Yeah, on goes in for the Pop Blossom, and once again, it's going to be Trimby just deleted off the Rift. He tries to flash over the wall, but the follow-up damage after the Nico ulti guarantees he drops, and BLG going to pull a little further ahead.
BLG might make mistakes, but they're still a very fast team. If you're going to make a mistake, they are quick to punish you for it. On with a really nice ultimate. Elk quickly to follow up with the ultimate of his own, results in another kill onto Trimby. 0-3, the scoreline now for the VKS support.
Yeah, and it's insult to injury. You lose both your summoners there. It's just so easy to pick champions without a dash when you're playing with, you know, Trundle and Jax and Nico and all these champs. Trundle just throws down the pillar, you're slowed. It's so easy to hit the root to follow that up and to be able to find these engages. So Trimby going to be really having to be careful in these next couple minutes. Has died a couple times already and has got to be clean. So I'm not giving over too much free gold to BLG.
I mean, yeah, the largest individual goal difference in the game is currently in the support role, with On grabbing those first couple of kills from the botched redive in the bottom lane, with Trimby being dead 3 separate times now. 1.5 minutes until the Herald spawns. I would have to expect that this is going to result in a larger team fight, as both sides want to try to fight for it, but Desamis not going to get caught by the pillar there, as again, it's BLG looking to push slightly past neutral territory here in the river, control more of the rift, just try to make VKS a little bit more nervous, make them a little bit more antsy as to where BLG might be and what they might be doing.
Yeah, and I'm liking how BLG is really utilizing On and Shadow to just kind of control the river, right? They've maintained their vision in that area, and I'm kind of wondering how VKS even wants to try to play it out, to try to approach some of these dragons, because how do you walk in if you don't have vision against that Trundle without just someone getting pillared in and poked down or just taken out straight up? I think is going to be a challenge for them. Boal has not really been able to extend this lead. You know, he is up a decent amount of gold, did get a plate, that is nice, but Bin in Shadow here.
Yeah, Bin's immediately going to drop the ulti as Shadow runs through the frozen domain, throws the pillar down. Public execution from Boal, trying to play this defensively, but now with the redemption coming in, VKS, they turn it around as Desamis shows up. Shadow is forced to flash away as the supreme display of talent would have slammed him back into the wall and potentially set up a second kill. Nicely played by Boal to survive long enough for Desamis to show up and set up the kill.
Yeah, that was really good for Boal, and he's able to extend that advantage, not through a play of his own, but through that outplay, the response to the gank that does come in. He's able to kite it down towards the redemption here that comes in from Trimby, and Desamis arrives, gets a kill, and they get the flash off of Shadow, which is going to make this next potential dragon much more of a possibility for them now.
I feel like the story of this game for BLG needs to be to play through their bot side. So far, we've been seeing On and
no matter who is on the top side.
It's just it's been really working when they do play through this bot lane, but every time they try to force something on the top side of the map, things just haven't been going their way. Right now, though, they do have position. They know that Desamis has just used the ultimate. They know that as well, Boal doesn't really have much left to continue the fight, so they turn their attention on. And again, they brought their bot lane up, and this is a nice sign from the side of BLG as they now want to try and get Elk and On invested in a dive.
Yep, they're summoning up the Herald here immediately. Boal trying to get away. The Pop Blossom catches a Mega Inferno Bomb from downtown. Means Knight's the one taking the kill credit, and Miru and Trimby have no choice but a full retreat. The Herald's going to be driven into the tier 2, but immediately On's going to be shuffled back towards it. Has to flash away in response. Herald then going to secure the first turret, put major damage into the tier 2, an extra kill on a Boal here for BLG, and this sequence of events leads to a 1,500 gold lead.
Yeah, that is big for BLG, especially because Desamis, he was over by the Dragon. He could have just done Dragon and at least made it a trade. Instead, he runs all the way across the map without flash, without ulti to try to answer, to try to defend this play. And that is kind of what we're talking about when we're talking about some of these deficiencies as far as macro play. You can try to trade, you can try to get things elsewhere. It doesn't always have to be trying to look for that fight. They will eventually be able to get down here and look for a dragon, but just kind of spending a lot of time there, Desamis, to not really get involved in anything.
All right, Mountain Drake at least does go the way of VKS, even if it is on a slower timer than you would hope for. And interestingly enough, we now have Feet of First Turret going over to BLG, Feet of Warfare going over to VKS, 2 and 2 on the Feet of Monster Slaying. So the next neutral objective will also determine the boots, as Miru has to use the Shifting Sands to get away from BLG, who are overloading this top side. Mega Inferno Bomb, only the edge clips Miru, so he still survives. But the tier 2 cannot tell the same tale as that one drops, and BLG are up almost 2,500 gold.
On is working very well with Shadow to just keep pressure up on the map. You can see why he's so proficient at this Nico, landing so many skill shots, putting a lot of threat down, and VKS is quickly losing control of the game. They were finding some nice skirmishes, they were finding some cool opportunities, but now that the map is opening up a lot more, this is where BLG has the clear advantage. This is why we talked earlier about how I want to see VKS try and force fights often, because you can then take the wider scale map focus of it and you can turn it fight, objective. But when BLG just kind of get to play the macro game, they are running the Rift. And right now, with a 2-tower advantage on top, with no clear cross-map for VKS, being equal in Dragons, BLG is in an extremely comfortable spot.
Yeah, they're in a great spot, absolutely. And VKS, even if they want to try to force fights, they just don't have a lot of great tools to start them. And that is going to make it so difficult for them here. And we're seeing On and Shadow just kind of running circles around Sodomizing and Trimby right now. You know, they are constantly in their opponent's face, taking vision, taking space, putting on pressure, stealing away camps. You know, Sodomizing hasn't been that active and isn't even up in farm as a result, so looking good.
Oh, Pop Blossom forces the flash out of Morteos, but On will pay the price. VKS get a kill back. They tie it up 5-5, bring that gold lead back under 2K. But what about the follow-up? Trimby's got to be a little careful here, but BLG won't find any more.
You know, honestly, I don't even think it's a bad trade for the side of BLG because there's nothing for VKS to get off of that. You do give over a couple hundred gold, but you got the flash off of Morteos, and it is going to mean he's going to be very vulnerable.
Okay, Bin going in with the ulti here on the Jax. Killer Instinct from Elk brings him into the fight now too with public execution defensively from Boal. Just trying to get away and buy a little bit more time, but Counter-Strike number 2 locks it up and knocks him down. Bin gets his first kill of the game.
BLG finding advantages where they can. They got that flash in the mid lane, they get a kill on the bot side of the map, and they take away the gold advantage that Boal had built for himself. BLG very quickly now in the mid game, taking firm control as that gold lead only continues to grow.
Yeah, and I just really want to see, can they punish Morteos before his flash is back up, right? You know, that is kind of what determines, you know, was that play from On worthwhile? Was it a bad play? Is, you know, can they actually punish, get a kill here? Because they're going to have that flash up on, they're going to have the flash up on Shadow, they have the ulti available for Knight. And that Varus with no flash, you get in on top of him, you land any CC, the Ziggs ult's going to land on your head, you are just going to be toast. You're so reliant on that flash to stay safe.
Individual gold leads everywhere except top lane now for BLG, and the largest one is now mid lane, or at least tied with support here for Knight on the Ziggs. 2 fully completed items with the Horizon Focus now done alongside that Luden's Companion. The burst from this champion is so extreme as Miru forced to flash because of a mistake there in positioning the soldiers.
Yeah, exactly. He tried to do the WEQ, but he E'd too early before the Q actually went all the way out. So he did not extend the range of his dash, and as a result, he doesn't get past where that pillar was going to get placed. And does lose his flash, which is another big tool, not only defensively for the Azir, but of course, the offensive potential there is large, especially for a team that is so lacking in engage. And now it's just going to be an immediate Otacon start. No flash on either of your carries. This is great play from BLG, and he's going to stop his recall again.
Yeah, Miru's not even going to be able to participate in the fight at all. It's going to take him so long to get back and heal and then try to teleport in as Knight is just trying to keep everybody on VKS away. The Otacon down to 3,000 HP. On playing defensive here with a Pop Blossom, just trying to create enough space. Thornbound Otacon secured. Boal dives into the BLG front line as they root up Bin, but they do not have the damage to try to kill him. The bouncing bomb barely missing out on Trimby as Miru's going to be the first to die. There's no way out for the Emperor. There's no way through for VKS. BLG take the Otacon.
VKS came so close to such a good team fight, but the pieces just didn't come together. Once the Azir ultimate missed, BLG sees that as an opportunity. They find a quick punish and they just take everything. Otacon gone, kill secured, blue buff taken. VKS is crumbling under the pressure of BLG.
And in the midst of that, they even took the bot tier 1. Now they take the mid tier 1. Now you look up, it's 4K plus Otacon petals in the advantage here. And it's only 21 minutes in, plus they'll grab the dragon. BLG just getting everything.
At least for VKS, the petal difference isn't massive because they were pulling most of those from the Rift.
They were doing a good job gardening.
Yes, they were doing a lot of gardening in the first 20 minutes of the game, so BLG mostly equalized in that count, but you're right on the money, Isaac. A 4,000 gold lead. They're up in the Dragons. They've got the feats as well. They're getting to the point where they can buy the extra empowered shoes as they're completing their second full items. Honestly, this game went from, okay, you've still got a chance if you find a good play for VKS to time to put your hands together and pray, because right now, BLG are running the Rift.
And it is one of those heartbreaking moments, you know, for Miru. Obviously, a little bit of nerves there. This guy, I've watched a lot of him. He has been incredible, you know, in the LTA South, in the CB LOL. By far the best player this year. So to see that little mechanical mistake, forcing him to use his flash to retreat, then meaning he doesn't have that flash for that big team fight, you never know what it could have looked like if he had it up.
Ooh, Miru tries to go in, find a shuffle onto On. Does not connect. On's response, Pop Blossom, also a swing and a miss. So 2 ultis, neither one finding any success up here. Just going to trade those away as BLG moves more men into the area in case VKS tries to find something else.
You can see that VKS is just really fishing for anything. If they can find any pick, any punish onto BLG, at least it'll give them something, a moment of reprieve. But no opportunity will be found. The pillar comes down.
Oh, nice pillar there from Shadow as Desamas tries to take Elk with him, but he just does not have the damage here on the Kiana. 0, 1, and 2. Zale, you mentioned earlier about how Desamas just hasn't been able to find a lot of activity throughout the Rift in the first 20 minutes of this game, so he's not fed enough to get the burst in a situation like that matters.
Yeah, and just not really coordinated there with Morteos. He did hit the ulti, but he didn't have his Q or his E up to actually pop the Blight stacks, unfortunately, on this stun target, so couldn't help to knock him down. And it's definitely looking rough now for VKS. You don't really have engage, you don't really have the ability to get picks. You're kind of depending on BLG, looking for an engage of their own, really not being able to execute on it, and then maybe you can somehow turn something around, but it's starting to feel like BLG just going to completely run away with this. This Ziggs is getting ridiculously strong at this point.
Yeah, I was just about to mention how Knight, we haven't been mentioning him a lot in this game, but you can see his impact has definitely been felt. The way he's been using his ultimate to assist in any of the side lane plays that have been happening, the fact that he was able to make Miru's life so difficult in a side lane, and then in these team fights, he just dishes out so much damage. He is just one of the many threats that BLG have brought to the table here in this first game. Of course, still a best of 3. There'll be opportunities in the event that VKS falls short to potentially bounce back in game 2, but right now, this is BLG's game to lose as they set up around the Baron, spawning in about 10 seconds time.
Exactly, that's the name of the game. There's no dragon on the map for another 2 minutes, so there's nothing to distract them elsewhere. The Baron pit is where the next action is going down. Shadow seals away the enemy red buff. Desamas down to 1/3 HP. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't hit him, but he has to flash over the wall because BLG is collapsing. They are forcing summoner spells. They are chunking health bars. They are setting up for the Baron, and they make their way over as Elk starts it up.
The poke alone is enough to dissuade VKS. We talked a little bit about these range opportunities on both sides, but now that the Ziggs is fully online, he is just melting anytime VKS try to approach. And again, we're seeing it here on assisting with that poke.
Samus in the pit, he wants to go in for the steal, but he does not find that. He's immediately killed by the jump from the Trundle. On is about to die, and Miru takes him out, but Mawal cannot kill Elk. BLG are gonna get everybody here as Miru and Morteos cannot get away. Elk will not be found. It's a double kill for the Kaisa. It's black and white screens for everybody on VKS, and BLG get Baron plus a 5-for-1.
Yeah, BLG ace them, and they are pushing top lane immediately. Let's see how much damage they can get done. Trimby's going to be up in a couple seconds, but they're going to get probably 2 inhibitors here for sure. We have been pushing mid lane. Knight is already going to crack this tower, and will just be the inhibitor tower, not the inhibitor.
Knight's damage on turrets with this Ziggs is just disgusting. Every auto attack is taking a 1/6 of the HP, then you blow it up with the satchel, and VKS couldn't get anywhere close.
Yeah, I mean, this only is a small glimpse of the poke that BLG were able to dish out. Desamas had access to the Baron, but isn't able to win out on the smite fight. Once he's separated from his team, it just becomes chaos in the river. We jump back to live.
Oh, I think it might be a repeat of that performance here for Desamas as Shadow just beats him upside the head with the bat. It's another death for the Kiana. 0, 3, and 2 now for Desamas as BLG are taking everything from the enemy jungle, starving them of any possible resource they might be able to have. They've still got their Red Bull Baron power play for another 90 seconds. And gentlemen, they're already at plus 6,600 gold on this one. This one's looking like the end of the game as Boal cannot do anything to try to protect the tier 3 here in the bottom lane. Bin split pushing in mid lane. Top lane inhibitor is already exposed. Remember, when the bottom lane inhibitor is first to fall. The 4-man squad on BLG continues pushing bottom as Trimby's got to be careful. Shadow and a little bit of poke behind him takes Trimby down below half HP immediately. Another bouncing bomb. Trimby has to head back into the fountain as BLG's siege continues.
Yeah, Knight even throws in an ult there, tries to take out Trimby. Trimby was able to sidestep it, but Knight is 16, has the death cap, and Miru's just getting chunked out.
And Ben is going to take care of the last tier 3 turret at the same time. That one's gone. Inhibitor about to follow here in mid. And now Ben, if he wants to, can just try to walk up to the top side, take out that third and final inhibitor, and lock VKS in their base for the rest of the game. Looks like BLG are putting a lot of pings up there towards that area. It's going to be Elk, actually, who steps up forward to start putting the damage into it. Trimby, Boal, and Morteos all trying to put themselves in a position to maybe stop this, but with Knight and Ben right there beside Elk, it's far easier said than done. BLG looking for Inhibitor 3. They will find it very, very easily. And now VKS stuck inside their base. Double super minions in every lane.
The base is just in complete tatters. It feels like just a few more moments is all BLG will need. The Baron is going to wear off, but they'll go back to base, spend what gold they have been able to accrue, and then look likely to end out this game. I really don't think they need the Dragon. They might just go and get it anyway. But yeah, I think VKS need to use this time to already be thinking about what they can do in game 2. I really think they need to pick up the pace a little bit more, playing this more slower, long-range composition where they need to have good setup around objective, really nice poke, good control during the laning phase. I think just doesn't fit into their style and what they found so much success with.
I completely agree, and I mean also going on red side and allowing both your soul laners to get counterpicked by the blue side team, to me is just like, that is kind of asking for it, right? Like, you know, when you are the heavy underdogs, you need to be able to be aggressive. You need to be able to get advantageous matchup, push the pace. Trimby's in trouble.
Yeah, Trimby with a killer instinct from Elk, threatening his life. Does stay alive for now, but the Mega Inferno Bomb will remedy that real fast. Miru tries to finish the job, but the only thing finished is his time on Summoner's Rift. 50-second death timer here for the mid laner from VKS, as a 5v3 for BLG is looking like the end of this game. Shadow throws out the pillar, Chains of Corruption, Pop Blossom on 3. Ben gets the kill, Morteos is already down. Desamas trying to fight back, but he can't even kill on. Boal stuck on the steps of the fountain, watching the last remnants of his base get destroyed. BLG bulldoze game 1.
The result is what we expected. The start was not, absolutely, as Boal was put in a pretty good position early, but BLG crushing it.
BLG, it might have been shaky, but they got it across the finish line. Analysts, what do we think?
I think it's not for not for the lack of trying, honestly, on the side of VKS, but you can clearly see why BLG was the world's finalist last year, because a bit of funsies here and there in the early game with some bit of oopsies and dives that don't work, but in the end, that was crushing.
You're being way more forgiving than I would.
I'm being nice. I know you want.
If I'm a BLG fan, I am incredibly concerned.
Yeah.
That top lane dive was unforced, okay?
Yeah,
Why are we diving onto an Embezzle in that situation?
I think we simultaneously see here in the way that the map is played out in particular and the vision is set up, the tempo is played, why BLG is such an extreme favorite in this series. We're also seeing why they're here in 1 and 2, despite the teams that they have drawn, because all the issues are still there, with the one caveat that if Ignite, no notes, great Ziggs game, love the counter pick, good on you.
All right, let's get straight into what made the difference here. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Knight makes just enough distance and space and pushes Miru away and secures the fight. And this is where you can see how strong they are and connected as a team and how it doesn't matter for VKS.
Yeah, I don't know about being strong connected as a team, but this was a really nice play from Knight and Shadow, right? They get the flash, then this delays his back enough that he's not back in time for this Otacon fight. You can see him kind of TPing in the backside, and it makes such a huge difference. This is Azir. It's such a massive damage point, and then here, yeah, Knight and Elk kind of end up running over this team fight towards the end of it, but it really started with that blown flash, with delaying the back, and yeah, Knight's Ziggs in this game was kind of their saving grace.
Yeah.
Because the follow-up play that Miru had there, if he has flash and he catches 2, like, they got Otacon obviously, but it was kind of a flip. If Miru has flash and he swoops 2, they could actually lose the ensuing fight, right? So Knight for me was the only player. I think Elk came back really nicely, right? But after that, we have to deduct some points for that initial dive because that was not it. But Knight for me was the stable pressure that they relied on to win the game. But it was a bumpy ride, Laura.
I was being nice. it's a bit sus, not gonna lie, on the side of BLG here. Emily, you were talking about the do's and don'ts. For BLG, anything you want to follow up on here, on what they've been doing and what you hope they can showcase in next game?
So, I mean, I'm kind of surprised to see BLJ still make this many mistakes compared to their domestic performance, right? Just because, again, domestically, they were a lot more coordinated. Their dives especially. This is a team that since their inception, the core of this team has been known for being able to pull off these kind of masterful dives, right? That top lane dive was absolutely not it. The Ziggs damage, though, almost 40% of his
That's bad. That's not even, every Ziggs player knows, that's not the relevant damage. The relevant damage is damage to turrets. And let me tell you, I did great in that department as well. It really is such an interesting game. It's simultaneously, again, I want to echo this going into game number 2. I am very confident that if BLG play the way they have, they should 2-0 this. Because when it comes to the key fights, when it comes to playing the map, they will be able to pull ahead. But really for this team, it's about the 2-2 bracket. And I think with this performance, there's a lot of teams you're just not going to beat.
And so far, it's enough for BLG. We want to see more, though, because they're still the finalists from Worlds last year. VKS, we see you backstage. Focus. You're going to have to focus even more in the hope of coming back here, because so far, even if BLG really don't try that much, it is still their Summoner's Rift. Let's see.
I mean, I think they're trying. I just don't think it's succeeding.
We'll see if VKS can come back right after this.
BLG, and he's going to stop his recall again.
Yeah, Miru's not even going to be able to participate in the fight at all. It's going to take him so long to get back and heal and then try to teleport in as Knight is just trying to keep everybody on VKS away. The Otacon down to 3,000 HP. On playing defensive here with a Pop Blossom, just trying to create enough space. Thornbound Otacon secured. Boal dives into the BLG front line as they root up Bin, but they do not have the damage to try to kill him. The bouncing bomb barely missing out on Trivia's. Miru's going to be the first to die. There's no way out for the Emperor. There's no way through for VKS. BLG take the Otacon.
Hello everyone, this is Boal from VKS and this is my first time at Worlds. Since I started my career, I always felt like I would be at Worlds at some point. Coming here and having like such a cool stage and so many fans and such a different environment, it's like completely different. It's so like amazing. It's a dream coming true to be here, and I'm really, really happy because it's what everybody always wants, right? It's coming here, playing internationally, and showing your game to the whole world. My role model is probably Zeus. I always learned a lot. I always watched him a lot. I hope I can play against him eventually because it would be a really cool experience. Being able to make a good run at Worlds has always been my goal because that's where I want to be. That's what I want to achieve. So it would be extremely important for me. Well, I guess that's it for today. Thank you very much for watching and hope you guys enjoyed the show.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. We are here for yet another elimination day, and game one of this first best of 3 was messy, to say the least. There were some misplays on both sides, but ultimately after BLG got going, they never really slowed down and ended up with a dominant win over VKS.
I prefer to think of it as a creative exploration of the limits that our wonderful game provides.
Why are you a caster, Vedius? You could be like a marketing
politician.
executive.
And I don't need to elaborate any further on that. But no, I mean, it was definitely, there was some creative license taken in that dive in the top side. But at the end of the day, the Nexus still exploded before 30 minutes, right? And it did so with about a 15,000 gold lead. So it was an extremely dominant game. I want to see what VKS can bring out here. I want winning lanes. I want hard engage. I want go buttons. And I want the easiest possible composition to play. Like, I just think when you are an underdog, that's what you need. You are a scrapping team. Let's get scrappy.
Well, one thing that we were very critical of last game was VKS's usage of the red side, allowing both their solo lanes to get counterpicked and saving R5 for just a very bland Varus. This time around, since they lost game one, they have elected to be on the blue side, so we'll see how that changes things up here in the draft, as we do have Caitlyn, Orianna, and Ryze banned out by VKS, the Scion and the Yunara banned out by BLG.
All right, well,
alongside Aurora.
Wukong prime real estate right now. I feel like that it's easy champion, has a good R button, works well at level 6, kind of ticks all the boxes, I feel. Skirmishes really well. A lot of mid laners can pair nicely alongside it too.
You can press W and then there's 2 of you.
That you can.
Yeah.
Double the knockups.
Double the spins. Makes a lot of sense. Feels like a pretty straightforward one. And yeah, it fits the bill, right? Like, this is what you would want. Now the question is, what will the answers be? I was going to say Rumble is up and available as a pretty strong top blind, but that does open for Ornn. Like, Ornn, I think, doesn't have a lot of great matchups. I actually think it's pretty solid into Rumble and is another go button. I would honestly be pretty happy to see Boal go something like that Ornn, and you could even do like Ornn Talia with the Wukong, you know, pair it with an aggressive 2v2 bot, look to play through there. And I think that would set you up pretty well.
Galio also fine.
Yeah.
If they do want to fight, Galio's a known pretty good answer into it. Cassante definitely struggles a little bit more in the early game, but if you're just looking for something relatively safe on the top side of the map, it doesn't have the best win rate at Worlds, Cassante.
It has the worst.
Yeah.
Fair.
Again, I'm trying to phrase, you know, not the best, you know, could be room for improvement.
Room for improvement,
yeah,
yes,
absolutely. Now, it does provide that relatively safe, tanky top side, and so if VKS need a champion to help them garner space around an objective, he's someone that's just not afraid to just walk at his opposition with confidence and bravado. BLG likely going to respond with their mid lane pick. Oh, but the Poppy, we've been seeing this pop up a lot at this tournament. I feel like it's a champion that people forget about at the start of Worlds, and then the more you play, everyone's like, Poppy, the anti-have-fun champion.
Yep.
Really good disengaged tool that, I mean, we're expecting in the support position. I'd be shocked if this Rumble went anywhere else.
Yep.
But at this point in the World Championship, you never know.
Yep, you never know, but definitely does look like it would be going down towards that support. And yeah, Cassante 4-11 so far here at Worlds, and is going to be pretty difficult. You know, was the Talia kind of as expected? I do like just targeting some of these support engaged champs here. Wukong is not the best as primary engage. Generally, like, you can obviously find, you know, just W flash in, ult people, whatever. But I do generally like it, you know, more as the follow-up. So taking away some of these point and click CC, some of the hard engage options, especially, you know, for the pairing not only with Wukong, but also Talia, you know, easy setup there can be quite strong. So they're going to be banning out both the Nautilus and the Braum. Well, it's just going to be protection bans on the other side. Ahri, obviously, a famous pick here for Knight.
Yeah.
So they're going to be looking to take that away.
See what else we get here. Do they want to continue targeting that mid lane? Try to alleviate some of the pressure on Miru. We talked in the last game about how it felt like maybe the lights were a little bit bright here with the pressure on them in this elimination match. We talked about the early flash on the level 4 gank in mid. We talked about the misexecution on the Azir dash that cost the flash before the Otacon pit. So just giving Miru as much comfort as you possibly can, especially considering he has been the standout player, not just on this team, but in the entire league, right? In Brazil, in the LTA South for this year, trying to unlock him, trying to give him the opportunity to carry. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, he was on Isurus, they won split 1. He goes over to VKS, they win split 3, right? Like, this guy, to me, is by far LTA South Player of the Year. Like, if there was that award, he should win it. You know, really has been fantastic. Sivir going to be a bit of a kind of a pseudo go button here. Now, the pairings I'm thinking about, you know, things like Rel, Leona, you know, Rakan, these types of picks I think are what I really want to see. Taric would be interesting. I don't know if they're actually going to go for that. It is really good into melee matchups as far as the 2v2 is concerned, but I think he's just kind of having fun with some hovers, so I'm not really going to talk too much more about the Taric.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to trust any of this stuff until he actually locks something in. This one, of course, far more normal, and it looks like that will be the choice. Bard locked for Trim.
Well, I think VKS, they have a lot of scaling. I think that because of their mid-jungle, they do have better skirmishing power than what we saw from them last game by locking in the Azir. BLG contemplating what they want to go for in mid. It was funny because when I was thinking about as the bans are coming through, like Ari and Annie, and then both those immediately get targeted by VKS. So I'm very interested in the direction the Knight goes. Right now, On is hovering Zed and LeBlanc. Will that be the direction that we get? Yes, it will be. So we're going to get to see Knight's LeBlanc come through. And I mean, a mid laner that just works so well with duelist junglers. She can either be the follow-up or she can be the initiator. The chains provide you with so much setup or follow-up that she's a very multi-purpose mid laner that just works so well with aggressive junglers.
And the thing is, remember that with LeBlanc's dash, the dash in is a movement skill. It is a dash forward, so trying to go over to Leah's Unraveled Earth is going to stun you. The reversion dash, going back to the original point, is a blink. It will not trigger the rocks.
Yep.
So that means that Miru is going to have to be ready.
Gotta be quick.
If he sees Knight dashing in, he's got to be ready because he cannot do it slow and reactively because Knight will just blink back to his origin point.
Yeah, exactly. And this is quite a tough matchup for Talia. We've already seen it a couple times at Worlds. Both Shanks and Caps brought out the LeBlanc. Those are the 2 LeBlanc games we've had. They were both wins, and they were both against Talia. You know, yes, you do have that answer as the Unraveled Earth, you know, to try to actually stun up Knight when he's jumping in, but LeBlancs will often be pretty clever about it, and they'll kind of like dash on an angle towards the side, a little bit more difficult to actually be able to get that interrupt instead of just going straight on at them. And the poke can be pretty difficult for Talia to deal with, and obviously the setup for the junglers coming in is the real danger here. Gonna be interesting to see how much value Trimby can get as well. You know, I always feel like the prime Bard games are ones against, you know, 2 carries without dashes, right? You know, that is kind of like the dream world. LeBlanc is very, very hard to ever hit. And Corki, yes, it's a lot easier than LeBlanc, but you still do at least have the Valkyrie. You have to be relatively close. Like, I love playing Bard. If you're relatively close, the travel time is quite fast, so it's hard to actually Valk out of it. But not the easiest Bard game. Also going to be interested to see if he can affect side lanes, because Rumble is someone that you can try to prey on alongside that Cassante.
All right, we're on to the Rift for game number 2. And a reminder that drops are active all worlds long. So be sure to log into your accounts at lolesports.com for a chance at earning some digital loot. It doesn't look like anybody in-game is looking to grab some cheesy level 1 loot on this one. I don't see any really creative invades or anything like that here just yet. Just mostly defensive positioning on this. Remember, if we're remembering back to game number 1, it was Trimby who got caught a lot with some greedy movements, kind of just not respecting what BLG could do. So particularly on the Bard who wants to roam around a lot, I want to make sure he's not getting caught out in this one if VKS wants to stand a chance. And then again, just seeing Miru be able to try to step up and carry the team.
Yep. You see Trimby going to face check here. And he eats both sides of the hammer there from On. And Elk not only got the Frost Bomb on Morteos in the Drybush earlier, hit another one there on Trimby. So, you know, you are playing this double ranged advantage here. Morteos has to use the bear really early. It's going to be traded, but you know, you're supposed to be able to get that push, but this early chunk is going to make that 2v2 a lot more difficult now for VKS.
Well, for the time being, it looks like Trimby and Morteus not going to be too dissuaded as keep my eyes on these junglers, both starting on the top side of the map, looking to path towards this bottom lane. Sivir is a champion that we know has so much damage in the late game, but The concern for me around VKS's composition is very much about whether or not they can get there, and a lot of it is going to stem from this mid-jungle combo. They're going to need to find some advantages to help bridge them through the early game, as BLG in a very similar position. When you have this LeBlanc Xin, it provides you with so much agency in these early skirmishes. You don't even necessarily need that first item, but that first item spike, it is a scary one against this combo.
Good word there from Miru. Does spot Shadow walking into the side brush, and though we did see the Unraveled Earth come out there late, this is Knight down health while having already used the potion. So Miru definitely winning out in the early trades here, has the HP advantage, has that extra potion, so definitely has been hitting with his rocks and trying to set up for more here on tonight.
And if you're a VKS fan, that's exactly what you want to see. You need to see this guy stepping up. You need to see him being the hero of the team, as Trimby and Morteo still do have the push here in the bottom lane, even after eating the extra skill shot damage early on in the lane.
I mean, right now, VKS kind of have pushing lanes across the board. The bounce back is now coming through for Bin on the top side of the map, but LeBlanc doesn't have that wave clear to compete against Italia early on. It's not until you get that first back and a couple levels that you really have any sort of kill threat on that mid lane matchup. And on the bot side of the map, Poppy, I mean, what can you really do against the Bard? So this gives a lot of room for Disamis to secure this bot Scuttle Crab.
Knight actually interrupted the recall there on Miru, who was trying to recall in that side brush, but Knight, I saw on the mini-map, was able to distort over there, stop that. And Miru is getting quite low on mana, so Shadow's going to come over here. They were going to try to see, can they interrupt the recall once again? And Miru going to have to at least walk all the way back to try to take a safe recall here, as BLG looking like they're going to try to push out one more wave.
Well, Shadow, because he has the assistance from Bin's pushed wave, because he knows that Miru has no mana and is forced to back right now, he also knows he has a green light to secure this topside Scuttle Crab. So 1 for 1 on those early crabs between our junglers. Despite the fact that Disamis was a little faster to the first one, it still ends up shaking out dead even once all is said and done. First recall complete for Disamis, just with the standard type of stuff that you would see, building towards the Phage, building towards the Trinity Force. And Shadow's going to pick up the exact same buy, as On and Elk are going to get the wave crashing into the turret down here in the bottom lane. However, they don't fully crash it. The ranged minion's still outside there, so Morteos and Trimby going to freeze this one up.
Yeah, Trimby doing a nice job just being really annoying there. Of course, Elk didn't want to actually stop his recall. Great trade there from Miru as Knight does arrive on the TP back in. But going to give a very slight advantage here to Morteos, at least for now. And the lane's looking pretty decent for VKS, all things considered.
For the time being, we find ourselves in a very slow accord. Which I'm going to be honest, Flowers does disappoint me.
Yeah.
Had some fun combined kill stats earlier. Ooh.
Well, Morteos might find himself in a full court press here, but he doesn't honestly have to spend a whole lot, just the barrier, so no flash forced out on that one, but still a good quick trade coming out from Elk and On. Try to take advantage of the opportunity that they had. Boal getting cooked a little bit up here against Bin's Rumble. You guys mentioned this back when we saw the Cassante locked in. The early laning can be a little bit difficult for him into the Rumble matchup. It's generally once you get that Kainic Rookern completed, once you have the Magic Shield, the trades become much more manageable, as BLG have started up the first Drake of the game. Trimby, Morteos, and Disamis all around. Even levels here for everybody except +1 level for the AD carry roll on VKS, as now Miru's ready to ride the wall straight in. Shadow under pressure a little bit here. They want the kill on the BLG jungler, but it's first blood over to Knight instead. Disamis has to try to get away. Bin arrives with a teleport, and the equalizer lays out the red carpet. Disamis is welcomed straight to the spawn platform. One more auto attack takes him down. BLG have already secured 2. Shadow getting away just barely. Trimby with a flash in to finish off the kill, and he gets back through a magical journey over the wall to stay alive himself. So VKS get one back, but BLG wins the fight at the cost of Bin's teleport.
Yeah, Boal just decided he wasn't actually going to match the TP, so it's always going to kind of be a losing fight here. VKS fully committed in, so I'm surprised that Boal didn't want to come for it. They pushed Shadow out, got him incredibly low very early, but Miru died quickly. And then it was honestly a nice job by VKS on the kite out. This equalizer was placed perfectly here, but Trimby on the turn with Morteos, not fully on the same page, because he should have been able to actually get the kill right there, but Morteos threw one auto attack onto the Corki first, then missed his boomerang blade. Means Trimby has to flash in and finish it off.
These early skirmishes going the way of BLG. The gold not going to amount to anything too significant, but look at that mid lane matchup. This LeBlanc, 1-0-1 now, already picking up that initial component. The Hextech alternator is so valuable for these short trades on this champion that this mid lane matchup now going to be a lot scarier for Miru to return to.
And LeBlanc, I think, is just one of the first champions that comes to mind when you think of, I do not want early kills going to this champion. His ability to burst you will be so, so powerful if Knight continues stacking up a couple more kills in this early game. Already commands the highest individual gold lead here after that first skirmish. And considering it's not just LeBlanc, it's Knight LeBlanc, this is a worrying concern for VKS.
It really is. You know, you're saying LeBlanc is the champion you don't want to have the gold. Well, Knight is the player that you don't want to have the early kills. He was really killing it on the Ziggs last game, and now is going to have the agency to try to take over here once more.
And it's important to remember that LeBlanc in solo queue, many people see her as an assassin, but at the pro level, she's a poke champ. Like, she sits in pockets of vision, and she jumps over the wall. She does exactly as Azael is saying. She takes a bunch of your HP, and now you can't come to Dragon. And it's like, you have the perfect setup, you've got decent vision, and what's she doing? She's sitting on your red buff, comes over a wall, takes off your AD carry's HP, or your supports, or whoever's, and then you're like, well, now you can't fight anymore. Sucks to suck. And that's why she's such an obnoxious champion and difficult to lock down, and that's why hard CC is super important for her. And in this composition, there really isn't a lot. So, right now, the grubs have started off.
Yep, Shadow's going to go ahead and secure that first grub for BLG, but it's VKS moving into the river now as BLG decide one is enough.
Exactly. You see that Elk was not roaming, and Miru moved from bot, so that is why BLG do back off after this one play. But the problem is there's no TPs up here for VKS, so great, you got 2 grubs, but look what's happening bot lane. You're dropping waves, you're going to lose at least 1 tower play here. So BLG, take 1 grub, get Elk paid here on the Corki, and I still think, yeah, you went down 1 grub, but who cares? The play benefits them.
Exactly. As long as you're not giving away all 3, giving them the ability to spawn the Voidlings every time they're trying to push and attack the turrets, you don't feel too bad about the 2-1 split.
Absolutely. Right now, BLG are in a very comfortable position. The one advantage that Miru will have in this lane is that right now he still has more wave clear than Knight does, and he has to invest a lot of resources. You just saw him spending so much to kill that cannon minion. But On is here to assist, going to look to try and clear out some of this vision, or actually completely ignore the vision as he's set his sights on getting some vision of his own.
He knew that they would place another control ward elsewhere and just delete that one, so he didn't really care about it.
Smart man.
Just thinking ahead as he heads back into the mid lane, just keeps picking up these minions. The first Drake of the game still alive as we're about to crest the 10-minute mark here, so not a lot of importance placed on that one after the first fight that was over it. As Elk, he does get himself caught up inside that Tempered Fate, tries to back away, but the Cyclone interrupts it. That Elk just got hunted. Morteos is the one holding the smoking gun, and BKS get everybody away. They take the kill.
Okay, so Tremby doesn't quite connect the Q, but the dive overall still very clean. They get the kill that they're looking for. They make the play work, and getting it onto Elk as well is a very valuable target. So VKS looking to be proactive here on the map.
Yep, good dive, are able to pull that off, but gotta be careful with the Bard. I feel like so many people just kind of do it by feel, but it's very easy to actually just watch the animation. There's these little sparkles that basically like pop out of the champion and come back towards the champion right before it ends. And you can throw your Q when that happens and hit the Q stun basically every single time.
I remember a few years ago when you literally made a video about this. Watch the little fireflies. Once they go back into the statue's chest, that's when you press the button and boom, you've got them. Guaranteed. Drake now begun once again by BLG. Last time VKS came in and decided they wanted to try to fight for it. This time around, looks like we're not going to see any such thing. On in the enemy jungle, placing down some vision, just making sure he maintains control over this area. Nobody from VKS can step up, and that's BLG securing their first Drake. Very late first Drake this game, 11 minutes in.
BLG slowly but surely taking a little bit more control over the map as they set their sights on VKS's bottom side. These Raptors will be a point of contention, but okay, VKS fighting back. They don't want to concede that space. Overall, it's a very close early game, and we want to come back to this scaling element that we talked about earlier. Sivir is such a huge late-game threat. One of the problems for me is that she's a little bit short range, which can be a scary thing to play into, especially against things like a Corki and a Xin. But, of course, the upside of that is her ricochet. The fact that she bounces through multiple targets. If the enemy is just grouping up, she just melts through her opposition. And I feel like VKS, even though traditionally we expect them to be a team that's very bloodthirsty, a team that usually focuses on skirmishing and fighting, by having this pace of game, it's giving a lot of time for your AD carry to scale up. And right now with a 300 gold lead, the Sivir is in a very good spot.
I mean, once Sivir hits Essence Reaver, you have infinite wave clear, right? You're never running out of mana. As long as you're not poked out, you are just going to be able to sit there and be a brick wall in the mid lane. And we can see Boal has that Kaenic Rooker now, so he is going to be very difficult to push out in these side lanes by either LeBlanc or the Rumble.
Ooh, nice Tempered Fate there coming out from Trimby. Does want to get the binding into the wall after, but On's continuing to just walk away. Point Blank Keeper's verdict, and On survives the ambush.
Just barely is he able to get away. VKS, I like the fact that they are trying to be proactive where they can, catch BLG out here and there. It's not really converting into much though, as Knight is given an opportunity to push out this bot wave. He should have his item on base now, which will be a big spike. We talked about it, that first item for both the Xin and the LeBlanc is a scary combo that VKS is going to have to be cautious of.
Yeah, it really is. Sodomizing, though, has his Triforce completed. You can see the Ludens, as expected, coming through there for Knight. But yeah, like I agree. I mean, it's good to see Trimby staying active. Every time that Bard ult is up, trying to look for plays is important. Stay active on the map, move around, try to put pressure on BLG. Don't allow them to just kind of rinse and repeat what they did last game, because that is what they are trying to do. On and Shadow are just remaining this two-man duo. They're moving in, they're taking vision, they're stealing away camps, and they're just generally being a nuisance here to VKS and to Samus, trying to now look for this Sivir.
Okay, Morteos just going to toss a Boomerang Blade back in there. Trimby showing up to try to guarantee that On and Shadow cannot aid Elk in his siege of the mid lane, as they will take priority over this. But again, it's not like there's any objectives for BLG to turn this priority into immediate setup or starting of. So, yeah, okay, we've got the mini objective of the chicken pin. Everybody always likes to fight over these, and BLG are going to secure the steal on that one. Ooh, flash out there from Trimby. Got a little bit nervous as Knight jumps over the wall and finds 3/4 of Miru's health. There's Poke LeBlanc right there.
Yep. That is some poke, and I mean, you got the flash off of Trimby, you steal away the jungle camp, and they're still not leaving. This is just the same thing as last game. It's the jungle support duo. To me, that was kind of the biggest difference in the last game, how they played together. They're TPing in Miru. They're going to see if they can do something.
Yeah, looks like Samus has to try to get all the way out here. Defensive Cyclone wants to re-engage there onto Shadow. Seismic Shove collides with On. He's down to about 20% HP, and On's turned off. Nice moves from VKS, fighting him off to secure the feat of warfare.
Themselves 3 kills, but BLG's not done yet.
Yeah, Shadow wants to step forward, but he's chunked to half HP. Trimby continuing to get away as Miru rides the Weaver's wall in, but it knocks Shadow onto the wrong side, so he's still safe, and now Miru's gonna be your target. Just completely exploded, but still alive for an extra second. Knight takes him out with the Sigil of Malice. It's a double kill now as Samus falls too. The LeBlanc is getting fed, and VKS needs to run. Ben's here to cook him up. Triple kill over to Knight. The LeBlanc gets a quadra. 15 minutes into the game.
The LeBlanc is fed and VKS are dead. 4 members down, everyone with BLG on blinking health bars, but surviving there. They try to look for the re-engage, but the ulti from Miru was just a bit too late. Shadow gets out to the other side of the wall, and then Knight comes over the wall, puts the pressure here in onto Miru. Elk, Valk's in, they all fully commit. And look at how Knight is just dancing back and forth in this fight, putting on so much pressure, even at low health, that when Bin arrives, everyone is just prepped up, and it's dinner time.
The Comet ends up getting that kill from Bin on the backside. Actually, no, I mean, the quadra kill, we saw it from Knight, so the fact that he was able to secure it, this LeBlanc is now monstrously fed. Let me guess, there it is, the Mejais, a traditional Knight staple.
Yep.
And I mean, there's no reason...
Yeah, this could be... Look at the damage on Samus. Knight just needs one more spell. Sigil of Malice, one more. Auto. There it is. Knight is dominating. 6-0-1 on this LeBlanc. 4 more pages added to the book. This is beyond a problem at this point. His individual gold lead is 2.1 thousand gold. He's waiting over the wall. He sees Morteos, wants to go in. Spell Shield's going to at least keep the Sivir healthy for now as Knight moves back up to join the rest of his team. The Rift Herald was already secured off screen by Shadow. And we're talking all this about Knight. Elk is still very strong himself here on the Corki. The binding was already used there from Trimby. On jumps in to try to help Knight's dive. Not quite enough damage to kill either one of the VKS bottom laners, but they have plenty of firepower to take down the tier 1 turret. And that's just another dub here for BLG.
You know, nice use of the ultimate there from Trimby to at the very least save the HP of that tier 2 tower. But you know, often when I see magicians, I expect a plethora of tricks, but Knight's single trick, it might be the same thing every time, but my goodness is it effective at making the enemy disappear.
If you're not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks, if you're the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times, and it's a pretty damn good trick from Knight. You called LeBlanc a poke champ, and he's poking pretty hard.
That he is.
The poke is 100% of your HP.
Yeah.
It's getting pretty dire out here for the side of VKS. Knight is still the vast majority of his team's gold lead, however, so if they can kill him, it will be huge. Knight now in some danger, down to 10% HP. Bawal misses the third in Tofo strike as Miru rides the wall forward. Trimby is waiting. They give the shutdown over to Bawal, and Knight, playing too far into the faces of VKS, gets punished. The gold lead now down below 1,000, but VKS has overstayed. BLG's reinforcements arrive, and Trimby is immediately destroyed. Shadow sidesteps away from the seismic shove. Miru now in a little bit of danger. He no longer has the unraveled earth. Shadow defending himself with the ulti for now. Dasama spinning into the back line. Shadow is already down. VKS coming to life as Elk is grounded, and Miru takes a triple kill to tie up the goal.
Chaos has enveloped the Rift as VKS find a massive comeback play. Triple kill for Miru, a TP back into the river as BLG is not done yet.
Bin is looking for Morteos, who was pushing for that mid tower. He got it. They're going to TP in to defend him, though. Miru's coming, but so is Knight.
Morteos already uses the spell shield to block the first Electro Harpoon. Second one tags him. Bin finding a decent amount of damage here, but Miru is first to arrive. Knight wants to kill the enemy AD carry. Miru dies. Bin is traded. Knight looking for a little bit more, but now he's in danger. He dodges away from the Tempered Fate with Distortion. Trimby continuing to chase, but there's nobody else left to chase with him. Gentlemen, we went from a 2,500 gold lead for BLG to VKS leading by 1,000.
And I mean, it all kind of came off the back of this failed distortion here from Knight. He distorted into the wall there, lost that dash, and then as a result, they could actually run him down. And BLG want to try to punish the play here, push them out of their own jungle. This early exhaust that was used did end up hurting them. Shadow goes very far. Elk and On are not yet connected as Shadow uses the ult, is buying a lot of time here. Ball goes in with the Pathmaker, and then Dasamis, no hesitation, flashes in, gets the Cyclone down. Elk tries to turn around, but can't make it work.
Yeah. They're so bad, but it's fine, guys.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, we're seeing some serious mistakes when your LeBlanc is 7-1 and 2 and you just W into a wall. Those are the kind of mistakes BLG can't afford to be making. VKS aptly punish BLG, and they've made this game 2 very interesting. As now Miru, 2 items completed. Those Magi stacks back down to 10. Knight's looking for an angle. But again, we return back to this net neutral game. And this is where BLG should have the advantage. They need to control the fog of war, but there is Boal doing what he needs to, getting space for his team. He's not afraid to face check anything. And so right now, he's the one garnering that position in the river.
And it's very nice for Boal, too, the fact that he's laning against the Rumble, so you want to rush the Kanik Rookern, and the most fed player on the enemy team is a LeBlanc. You're going to get a lot of value out of that magic shield, no matter what. Shadow jumps in, Boal with the Pathmaker to guarantee that he doesn't get caught by anything. Knight over the wall, looking for a quick trade, won't find it, as it looks like VKS are ready to start up the objective. They are daring BLG to come and stop them. Shadow immediately dropping the ulti here. Knight goes for some quick burst, doesn't find a ton. Trimby only tagged with a Sigil of Malice, but no detonation here just yet. Morteos using the spell shield. On looking for maybe a flank here from the other side. Miru with a very nice Weaver's Wall to prevent any approach from BLG, and VKS just navigated the dragon fight better.
Yeah, really well handled there by VKS. They're watching both sides. They're marking the potential flank from On. They're tracking where Knight and Bin are, and as Shadow goes in, he loses the ulti, and then you can't really commit fully to that fight. Question is there going to be an Otacon take here for BLG? VKS have no vision in that area. We don't know if they're on it. Okay, they're recalling.
Well, now we do. They're not. But VKS doesn't know that.
I mean, honestly, that was one of the cleanest sequences we've seen from VKS here at Worlds, and I'm super impressed with how patiently they navigated it. Azel, you broke it down beautifully just because of all of the pieces, how well they tracked everything. And we come back to this scaling conversation, specifically around this Sivir, what felt like an insurmountable disadvantage, given how strong the LeBlanc was. Now it feels surmountable, one could say. Yeah. Given how much stronger Miru is with the 2 items finished, 2 items also on Morteos, and I mean, this Otacon, if BLG tried to force it, we've seen a lot of shenanigans happen around this objective.
Good word for it. We absolutely have, and I mean, I agree. Morteo's here, he's been playing really well, I think, for VKS throughout the tournament. BLG clearly want to try to push on this Otacon.
Oh, yeah.
Want to put a lot of pressure on. There's still no vision in the area, and we gotta see Boal down here because this is the problem. No one can walk in really besides Boal, and Knight is just gonna try to punish Sodomizing as he comes in. And they are on it. They do get that information now. Boal is forced to use the TP, but VKS should be able to take back some space.
Yeah, Knight mostly chunks the clone out there from Desamas. Desamas also had a very large purchase when he went back. Sadly, not enough to complete his second full item, so still an advantage there for BLG and for Shadow.
But notice the moment that Boal arrives, just as Azael was saying, space gathered. He is just a man that is not afraid to face check this LeBlanc. He tanks up all the damage. They pop the ult.
Okay, they're on the hunt. BLG have to try to disengage this now, as immediately they seismic shove Shadow back. Desamas going in for the Cyclone. They want to look after Ralph. Shadow has to flash away. Redemption coming in for the side of VKS. Nobody dead on BLG. Miru throws himself into the back line, but Desamas is already down. Knight with an assassination. VKS, they took out the enemy Rumble, but they lost their jungler, so there's no chance to go for the Otacon.
I like the aggressive move there, though, just using the on the hunt, because all they have to do is get Miru in range to tag someone with the Rylai's. Once they're slowed down, you're going to get chased down, you're going to get taken out there. So they're able to force the fight here. And we can see it one more time as Sivir just pops the ult just to get Miru in range of Shadow. Tags him with the slow, is able to hit the seismic shove off the back of that.
Once he's knocked back, this looks like a free kill. The ulti comes through, but then the target focus changes. Oh, we got to go back to live.
Yeah, back on live, it's BLG.
Boal's there, they know.
Looking at the Otacon. Boal is right nearby. The Otacon dropping decently quickly,
flash
though.
out,
It's already
no
down to
flash
about
out.
1/3 HP. The rest of VKS isn't here yet. The Otacon's down to 4K. Does Trimby have the ultimate to try to stall this out? The Otacon's already going to be taken. Shadow secures it, and now BLG are looking to turn and maybe fight. On is the target here at the very start. Redemption coming in to heal him up. Boal still here on the front line. Shadow, defensive ulti, trying to buy a little bit of time. He has to know that he's dead here, so he's just going to create some room.
Look at Knight,
for the
though,
rest
they're
of the team to get
low.
away.
Morteos
over the wall. Morteos just barely staying alive there as Knight jumps over the wall and nearly assassinates him. So it's Otacon traded for Shadow thus far, but Knight is still looking.
Yeah, Knight is still hunting. Desamas is going to try to look for him, make sure that Morteos can get out safe, and he will be able to do so. But at the end of the day, you did get that one kill, but you got the flash off the Sivir, you got the Otacon, and Knight is even going to be able to push Desamas out of his own jungle, forcing that defensive Cyclone.
So VKS hold on to the gold lead, but with the pedals, you have to imagine that things are relatively similar.
Yeah.
This LeBlanc is still very scary, and Knight, even in that last fight, was the main reason why BLG was able to come back out onto the map and secure the Otacon. Trimby, I mean, he's the one that has to be so cautious of face checking, and we find ourselves in a very interesting dynamic because VKS has more wave clears. Sivir, Talia can just melt through these waves very quickly, so you would think that they could get Prio faster to move into these, the river and the jungle, but every time you move into these spaces, LeBlanc might be there.
Yeah.
So it's not an easy thing to do. So what VKS have to do is group, and they kind of have to overgroup because they're very reliant on their top laner to help them create this space.
Exactly. So all BLG really has to do is push out a wave, force Boal to answer, then the four-man squad on the other side can really take over that space. Because as you say, you've got to check each and every brush. If you miss where Knight is, that could just be it.
Okay, let's take stock of where we are, because the next dragon is about to spawn in 10 seconds. Baron is on the map right now. We're hitting 2-item power spikes on pretty much everybody. Sundered Sky done now for Desamas there on the Wukong. Seeker's arm guards critically up and ready to use for both Miru and Bin. And BLG are just going to go ahead and start this dragon. Nobody from VKS is close enough to try to stop it, so that's objective, BLG.
Yeah, VKS are just going to show up, but this is kind of the worst of those types of contests. When you show up late, you don't even have any opportunity to get involved there either.
Okay, ooh, Tempered Fate, it fires out, but everybody on BLG can scatter fast enough.
I mean, honestly, I would have been happy if VKS just took vision around Baron, you know, push out some sideways. Morteus has no flash, and I think you've got to be so careful about that, because even if you get that fight, there's a flash on Bin, there's a flash on Knight. It could just be Equalizer dropped on your head, some chip damage comes through from Knight, and then Bin flashes in and you're cooked.
Okay, Knight Immediately looking for that poke yet again. Distorts right back to his origin point. Not a ton of damage to his health bar or any of his targets.
It does feel like BLG is making much more efficient moves around the map. The fact that they secured that dragon completely uncontested was largely driven by Knight threatening poke onto Trimby on the top side. Trimby then communicates with his team, they could be around Baron, we need to clear this out. And while they're clearing it out, Dragon ends up being secured. And now again, what happens as VKS is kind of reclaiming back control around the bot side, pushing out mid, BLG immediately moves to top side and get all this deep vision littered. You can see these 2 wards planted in the top side jungle of VKS, ready for a potential TP, and that could give Knight the angle that he's looking for to take out Morteos.
And we were talking about this at the top of the day. Historically, this has always been one of the biggest criticisms of Brazilian League of Legends regionally. They can, even when they rise to the occasion, to meet you on the micro level, even if they can out-team fight you, it's the macro where they often struggle to keep up with their opponents, to make sure that they're not being out-rotated on the map, and that's where VKS are going to have to make sure they don't give the game away to BLG. They have the Infinity Edge now fully completed on Morteos. We are at the critical mass of Sivir, the 3 fully completed items, the Infinity Edge there. If he gets to Free Fire, if he's not immediately exploded by Bin and Knight like we're talking about, Morteos can do a ton of damage in these fights.
You can see Miru here was trying to see if Bin would push up one more wave, look to wall him off, look to punish. We'll be able to get a nice little flick and some chip damage down on him. But it is BLG dominating vision on the top side. That is where the objectives will be played for these next couple minutes. No Dragon for 3 minutes, so it's about that Baron control. And Knight is looking to put some pressure on this tower. VKS want to push on the other side, but Equalizer answers that so easily. So Knight is just going to be able to get a free tower.
And now Morteo's in a lot of danger. He's exhausted, but the rest of the team shows up to immediately back him up. The redemption to heal him. The exhaust does not do enough. And now VKS are looking to grab a little bit more. Trimby trying to catch up to Shadow here. Desamas and Miru also hanging around nearby. Morteo staying with the rest of the team so he does not get assassinated. They're starting up the Baron right now, but they don't want to anymore. They'll back away with just the pick on the enemy support.
I feel like VKS needs to play with a little bit more confidence. Like, that was a shocking play from On. Like, you can see that Morteos steps up, thinking, hey, I want to get a bit of chip damage, the exhaust comes down, and then they engage in what is effectively a 3 versus 4. And it was a desperate engage too. I'm not really sure how On was hoping to convert that really into much. They end up losing a pick, and I feel like that VKS, at the very least, maybe they could have forced the TP out from Bin, used the Baron to just put a little bit of pressure, but I felt like they were too scared, because Baron, LeBlanc, it's a scary combo for sure, but if they don't really force BLG into a play, it's going to be hard to secure that objective.
I completely agree, especially because Bin just had used his Equalizer to clear away.
Absolutely.
Right? So it's like, you're in a 5v4, you could start that up, and at the very least force the TP and back off, but Boal here now behind Elk.
Yeah, but Knight also looking at Miru. Finds a snap burst onto him there. Just the distortion though, so Miru doesn't take a ton of damage here just yet. BLG continuing to try to posture themselves aggressively, looking for a chance to maybe punish VKS if they're out of position. Desamas, fortunately, sidesteps the chain there, avoids what could have been a lot nastier burst. But VKS taking the worst of the trades so far as BLG take control of the mid lane.
I mean, as Elk is closing in on level 16 here as well, his poke is really ramping up. The XP advantages are all on the side of BLG. You can see them with these level leads here. Trimby in some trouble.
Yeah, Trimby forced to flash there on the Bard, so losing that summoner spell could be another opportunity for Knight and BLG to find a pick. And with forcing Trimby back, now BLG takes control over the enemy jungle. Look at all the wards they're placing down in this blue quadrant as they look to steal away the blue buff from VKS, and they'll do just that.
I mean, BLG are doing exactly what you should be doing. Chipping away, forcing VKS back, taking back control around the objective and putting that pressure onto VKS. But this is a big window for VKS. Knowing that BLG are recalling, this is when you should be moving in, threatening the Baron. Kind of, again, it's that trade of pressure. Knight goes for a bit of chip damage, but right now it feels like BLG's just not under any pressure. They're just running the Rift.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, they're controlling vision so heavily, popping out of that vision, getting poke over and over. And Morteos, does pick up the Null Magic Mantle here. Honestly, I would have preferred to see him just go Lifesteal, just go Bloodthirster. You're not getting 100 to 0. It's about the chip. You need to be able to heal back up to be able to stay active in these fights. BLG two-manning the Baron right now, but Boal taking space. Knight looking over the wall.
Boal here in the front line. Knight looking at the back line. Desamas goes in for the Cyclone, knocks up a couple of them. Elk and On off to the side as Boal goes in after Bin, tries to go all out, but it's Boal in the middle of 3 different people. He's going to be locked up here with a Tempered Fate to buy him a little bit of extra time as On's going to be taken taken down by the rest of VKS off to the left here at the same time. Elk takes Trimby out of the picture as Boal finally dies. BLG find a 2-for-1 so far. Knight jumps over the wall. Miru fighting back. He throws another rock. Miru is low. Bin wants to go in. It's double golden statues. Bin is about to die. Knight is about to go with them. Morteos gets back over the wall as Elk takes him out. As now he has to try to get away. DeSamos with one last auto attack. There are 8 dead bodies on Summoner's Rift, and only Shadow and Knight remain alive.
You wanted blood, Venius, and these teams are delivering. 15-14 at 32 minutes, but BLG are going to get the Baron off the back of this. That is the real problem. They'll TP back out here. VKS fighting pretty well, but they get so split.
Exactly, the fight becomes scattered. Boal is isolated 1 versus 3. A good ultimate from Trimby is buying time, but you've got 2 people running all the way to the left, chasing down the support. The target focus needed to be there for VKS because the mobility from BLG allowed them to win out on these smaller 2v2s, 3v3 skirmishes. A flash in from Bin, knowing that he has the support from his team. Elk and Knight are there to follow. They clean up VKS, and they will convert this into a Baron for BLG.
Yeah, and the Baron is the real problem. We'll see how well VKS can hold. Again, they have fantastic wave clear, so it shouldn't just be a death sentence, but at the very least, it should be BLG grabbing the Dragon, moving to Soul Point here, and just look at Knight's performance in that last team fight. 6.4K just about.
And still, look at Elk, higher than anybody on the other side. It was actually Boal who did the most damage in the last fight on that Cassante, diving in that 1v3 scenario where he survived for so long. But this is about a 3,000 gold swing. You can see the Red Bull Baron power play is only at about the base value because so much of it came from the team fight right before then. Now the next Drake is already alive, and VKS are trying to position to take control of the river.
I mean, Morteos had been in such a strong position for so long, but it's Elk now with the IE. He had completed the Collector already. VKS, though, nicely done to be able to just steal this Dragon away. I thought that was going to be BLG's for sure with the Baron buff. Being able to delay Soul even further pushes back the win conditions for so long. So now you're looking at a game where it's like, as long as you don't give up some sort of a crazy dive, Morteos should get 5-6 items before the potential Soul for sure.
Honestly, Azael, this is a messy series. It is. Objectives are being conceded where arguably they shouldn't be. Elk right now with no Baron buff. That wave is going to quickly get cleared out, and like have they even really put much pressure on these tier 2 towers? No. The wave clear just feels too strong on the side of VKS, and it feels like, gentlemen, that we're going once again.
I mean, we'll have to see if it does end up being an issue, but I just really can't get past Morteos going for this Hex Shrinker instead of just going BT. I really think,
I think it makes sense.
That it's all about sustain. It's not going to be a 100-0 play, I don't think. I could be wrong, and then, hey, maybe this is really going to pay off, but it feels like it's going to be about getting whittled down, especially with the Spell Shield. It's hard to get 100-0 by LeBlanc unless no one is around you.
Ooh, on. Throws the control ward into the brush before he ends up face-checking that one. VKS setting a potential trap there, but yeah, the Baron only, not even 45 seconds left on it. The power play only at that baseline of plus 1,500. VKS have done a good job of preventing BLG from getting a big win off of this.
Ulti will come down. Not going to result in a huge amount of the knockback.
Nice shove there onto Shadow. They chunked the Xin Zhao down to 50% HP, so VKS decently happy with that one. Tempered Fate, just a whiff coming out from Trimby. Knight wants to poke over the wall, but he won't find it.
It says that On's ulti is on cooldown, but it's going to be coming back up very soon. He didn't actually throw that one out. VKS have reclaimed some control throughout the mid lane. Of course, no objectives on the map really to play for, but it's really important to recognize that VKS is in a winnable position. An expectation that I think no one really had coming into this series. They've been able to punish BLG effectively, and you can really start to feel the pressure and stress that BLG is under right now in this game.
Absolutely, and I mean, Knight, he's been way ahead the whole game. He's full build. It's not getting better than that. He's at 900 AP, but if this game goes another 10, 15 minutes, everyone is going to catch up to where you are. Yeah, he can sell the Mage Eyes if he dies, but until that happens, there's no better item. Boal has got to be a little bit respectful. Corki does damage now.
Yeah, Boal, he is going to get rooted up by Knight. He will continue making some distance. And it's not like he's only magic resist, right? Of course, he does have Mercury Treads. Koenig Rookern was the first item. But you've got the Jack Show right? You've got the Unending Despair. You do have some armor on this character. You can see he's working on more armor itemization now next, so he will not just be paper in front of the Corki, but Elk is the largest individual gold lead in this game now on that Corki, who is, you know, one item away from full build himself.
Yeah, and Miru is very far up. I mean, he's just there. He's going to get picked.
Yeah, Miru slammed into the wall. He tries to go for a little bit of Gromp gaming. He flashes even, trying to get away. A potential massive mistake from Miru. The only good part there is the fact that there are no objectives on the map for BLG to take, but spending the flash too when you get caught, that's a big punish.
Yeah, I mean, it's a death and a flash for a Gromp, right? You know, at the end of the day there, overstayed his welcome, had no vision around whatsoever. And it's an easy pick there for Bin and On. They do take him down. And now BLG are pressing. They take down that tier 2 mid. No one is answering this whatsoever. And if that gets cracked, then all of a sudden this wave clear matters a lot less.
Yeah, that tier 3 turret is about to fall. One more auto attack will take it. VKS keeps it alive for now. Knight jumping in over the wall, tries to find some quick damage. Yeah, the backdoor protection pops up, but it doesn't matter. It's already so low. Miru's mistake costs gravely for VKS as BLG take the opportunity here with a 5v4 to force down the mid lane inhibitor turret, the inhibitor right behind it, and finally break into the base. Tempered Fate catches Ben on the very edge. Trimby trying to bind him into the wall, but he doesn't have the distance. Now the equalizer here for the counter attack. Knight looking for the back line. Keeper's Verdict ejects the wall. Morteo's under pressure. BLG looking to go all the way in as Desamas ends up trying to get away. Morteo's barely hanging on, but Desamas is down. Knight kills him off. BLG still looking for even more. Morteo's barely hanging on, and that might be the difference between absolute tragedy or not for VKS.
BLG capitalize so effectively, and they don't give VKS the room to breathe. Setting up the wave on the bot side of the map, a good use of the Rumble ultimate to quickly follow up with Knight on the flank, secures a kill onto the enemy jungle, and note when the Baron is spawning. 5 seconds away, Knight is fishing.
Knight wants Miru again, immediately, just Distortion, Sigil of Malice, half HP on Miru, and Knight wants even more than that. This LeBlanc, this 900 AP, 25 Magi stacks carry is such a threat.
He really is. So many flashes spent across the board there, though, as that just seemed like a very disjointed fight for VKS. It's Morteo's!
Morteo's! He's gonna die to the chain! Knight with the pick! We've talked about it all game long. If you lose track of him, you are dead, and Knight will sign the death warrant for the Brazilian AD carry.
A beautiful game from Knight as he has continued to help BLG throughout this game. A 39-minute back and forth bloodbath is determined by a single pick as BLG find themselves their second Baron of the game.
Yeah, well, it's not over just yet, though, because they're not going for the Nexus here. They are just going to move themselves to Soul Point, so it's not Soul. It is a very big gold lead, but you look over at the other side, Morteo's almost full built as well, and he's going to be up in 15, so he will be there for the defense. VKS will have a chance to hold on, but these two picks have been so key. Miru getting picked in the bot lane meant the base got broken, and then Morteo's getting picked there means the Baron buff is secured once more, means Soul Point is secured once more. But BLG not getting that last dragon on the previous Baron means they don't have Soul right here. They should have Soul. It should be a wrap. But VKS, we'll see if they can still hold on.
VKS, their task is as tall as it has ever been here in this second game. If they lose this one, their Worlds is over. They've honestly put up a hell of a fight against BLG in this second one, but BLG are looking to tighten their hold on this game. The Weaver's Wall flies in. It's on, the only one trapped on the other side of it. He channels the Keeper's Verdict. Tempered Fate locks him up. Equalizer over the top of everybody here on VKS. The redemption coming in. Trimby tries to heal up as Shadow dives in. Trimby's already down. Defensive ulti coming out from Desamas, but the tier 3 turret is erased from the Rift. But the only thing that BLG can target from here, Shadow healed up by redemption himself. BLG have broken a second inhibitor now in the bottom lane.
The mid wave is being escorted in by Knight. That's 2 waves hitting onto these Nexus towers. Baron empowered, only 4 members left from VKS.
BLG looking for their game-ending push, but Elk is going to be caught out a little bit by the seismic shove. He has to get back. The barrier keeps him alive. Shadow also at death's door. 100 HP here on the enemy jungler. Knight tries to jump into the back. Guardian Angel ready to bring Shadow back to life as the Pathmaker into the seismic shove. Kills him yet again. Morteos takes the kill credit, and VKS, despite their base being in shambles, 2 inhibitors down, 1 Nexus turret gone, they are still alive.
The question is, can VKS get something done with this really long death timer on Shadow? Because with only the 1 Nexus turret remaining, with 2 inhibitors down, backdoors become an opportunity here.
Now, I have to also take note, this is now officially the longest game so far at Worlds 2025. HLE versus AL was 41-13, and this one's going the distance even further. Knight looking at Desamas, looking at Morteos here in the enemy jungle, not going to find either one of them all the way.
Will take the blue buff in the face of Desamas. As VKS, they've put up such a valiant fight, and their fight is not over just yet. I thought that with that Baron, it would be enough for BLG to close out this game, but they hold on for the time being. The wave clear from Morteos continues to come through. I feel like he desperately needs a bloodthirst.
I know, man.
He needs that extra bit of shielding. But for now, VKS, miraculously, they keep their Nexus alive.
I mean, it's such a problem when you look at some of these last fights. Is On gonna get caught?
Yeah, On hit by the seismic shove into the unraveled earth. They commit the Cyclone for it. Desamas trying to look for a little bit more. Knight knocked up by the Cyclone. Slam back into the wall, tries to distort over. Shut down by Miru. VKS picked the enemy mid laner in support. Now they're riding into the mid lane. They want to look after Shadow as well. The Weaver's Wall doesn't catch him on the right side of it. Shadow gets away, but VKS have a 5v3 for the next 30 seconds.
They're going to try to end the game. They're going to go right down mid here, I think, and look for it.
But they have the Unleashed TP available on Bin and a massive wave in the bottom lane at the same time.
The pink spot
is going bottom to try to stop it. VKS continuing their push. It's Shadow and Elk trying to defend this. Bin coming around here from the side as well. Drops the equalizer defensively. Shadow going in after Miru, but the redemption keeps the VKS mid laner alive. The push from VKS stopped for now. TP coming in from Bawal, but Bin's going to TP into the enemy base. Bin wants to end the game. Bawal's teleport has left the base vulnerable. Now Bin joins up with the super minions. The defense has to be mounted. Miru's the only one who can try to TP. He's got no health, but he has no health. Miru going golden, trying to survive as Shadow and Elk distract, and Bin will end the game at the Nexus. VKS fought well, but not well enough. BLG move on.
So close for VKS. After getting that pick on tonight, they saw the opportunity, but that TP from Bawal was everything that BLG needed. It was the last thing that they were waiting for, because with him gone, there was no defense, and BLG could close things out.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth in this one. 21-20, the final kill score. Nearly a 44-minute game. VKS held on for so damn long.
It was a bloodbath of a game. It was back and forth. Analysts, tell us your thoughts.
I have so many thoughts. I'm not sure all of them are broadcastable, so we're just gonna leave it here. The longest game at Worlds so far. I am impressed by VKS. Take your bow. You've earned it. You tried to make it happen, but sadly it was not enough. They had one of the most difficult run at Worlds. They had one of the most difficult seasons making it here at Worlds in the first place. The crowd is cheering for them, and honestly, I'm so impressed by this team. I'm so impressed by the way they managed to claw their way back into what looked like a doomed game for them.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how they kind of progressed through the year, right? Because it was a year for this team until they won the LTA South Championship. It really was like failed to meet their very high expectations. They grew as a unit, and this is just, I mean, what a...
It's gotta be so frustrating.
It's an ugly ending to a very ugly game for BLG. Like, if I'm BLG, I am absolutely not happy with the way I played today.
It feels so fitting, though, that despite everything that happens, it comes down to just a macro mistake, right? Like, and I understand it's easy to hone in on that teleport from Ball, which obviously got punished really nicely. But I think that the call was correct there from VKS to try and end the game.
Yeah.
But it's the macro where you see as well how incredibly respectful all of a sudden the rest of BLG plays. They don't let them engage. They hang near their turret. So the moment the TP comes in, the game just ends. And it's a heartbreaking ending for VKS. It reaffirms all the doubts that we've had about BLG. This is a 2-0.
Absolutely.
But even the staunchest BLG fan will not feel very good after this one with them going into the 2-2 bracket.
VKS, respect. We thought it was going to be a one-sided matchup. I did not expect them to fight the way they did. And BLG, well, BLG will have some thoughts for you, but we're going to talk about them with Shadow, who's going to join me on the other side of this break. Do not go anywhere.
이번 월즈에서 가장 마음에 든 플레이는 아직 대회를 많이 하지 않아서 잘 생각이 안 나긴 하지만 CF4전에서 렉사이로
다행이다.
후반 용환타에서 직스를 좀 깔끔하게 잡아내는 게 좀 마음에 드는 플레이인 것 같습니다.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down.
Oh my God,
forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen.G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Becker flashes in, and down goes Knight.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
explosion to unfold. In the silence, can you hear it, anyone? A memory, scared of letting go, fading to a distant glow. In the darkness, can you still feel the sun? As it's coming up, welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for our dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. Start of something new. Floating in the wind, the hair standing up on your skin. When the voice you tried to hide is waking up.
And welcome back to Worlds 2025 here for the Verizon post-game interview with the victorious Shadow.
Thank
Shadow,
you.
give me your first thoughts on this game.
Sweaty.
Yeah,
You know?
I bet.
I really didn't expect them to be playing this well, though. But I think props to them.
Yeah, props to them, of course.
I think we all needed to catch our breath after this one. I want to go back all the way to the beginning because obviously the series didn't start off very well at the top dive.
Yep.
But then I do think both you and Elk bounced back really nicely with a lot of, in your case, side lane plays. In this case, also users of the Kai'Sa ultimate to pick up a lot of kills. So you go for that dive, it doesn't work. Like, how do you kind of bounce back, keep your head in the game? Because we were looking at them like, if I'm that jungler, I'm so tilted.
I mean, we just need to like look forward, right? And I mean, our comp late game is still good, so we just need to scale, and it worked.
So not worried at all?
I mean, well, it was a little bit shaky at the start, but at the end, it went well.
Yeah,
so.
game one was,
Game one was a little bit cleaner.
Yeah. Having watched you guys through playoffs and in the LPL finals, right, it's been kind of a drop-off in play this Worlds thus far. I feel like you guys definitely haven't had the performance you would have wanted. So going into the 2-2 matchup tomorrow, regardless of opponent, what do you think you guys need to work on the most?
I think actually we're just a bit too nervous, I think, on the stage. I think we're just not, I don't know, free enough.
Okay.
We just play too strictly, and it's not our playstyle, you know. So I think we just need to shake off this today, even though it's a win. I think it didn't stand our standards, so I think tomorrow is gonna be a new day, and we'll make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of time to get ready and bounce back, actually. So to get ready tomorrow, what is one thing that you would have to focus on? One thing that you especially have to work on to get ready for this best of 3?
I think we just need to get a good sleep and play our game style. It's gonna be easy.
Have some fun.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you.
Well, have some fun. Thank you so much for joining
Thank
us
you,
today,
Shadow.
Shadow. Best of luck tomorrow. Now we have another matchup coming up. It is going to be 100 Thieves versus T1.
I'm here with Trimby after the exit for Vivo Kid Stars from the tournament against BLG. My God, that last game was so incredibly close. Can you tell me a little bit about that and about those moments, and where do you think you left it?
Yeah, I mean, the game was winnable, as you said, right? Like, it felt like we had it in our hands, but as you may like think or not, like BLG is like a team that actually has like some fundamentals like prepared, and I think for us it kind of showed that throughout the year we didn't put like that much like good practice into that. So at the end of the day, you know, even though we had it in our hands, we just slipped it by, and it was just, it feels bad, you know.
Yeah, of course. I can see you're immediately thinking, okay, these are the things we can work on, which is good, of course. But can you tell me how you look back on this World's journey overall, and perhaps also your time in this Brazilian team?
Yeah, I mean, I did, like, when I joined, and then like after our first split, I was actually rethinking like whether like I'm gonna even be here. So I'm really happy with the fact that I'm at Worlds, and I think the players stepped up massively. And even though there were like days that we were all like really frustrated with how things were going, especially at Worlds, you know, we actually all of them stepped up, and I'm really thankful for that. You know, it just felt like, yeah, they were there stepping up massively as like rookies, which is incredible.
Yes, final words for the LTA fans, the Brazilian fans, maybe also the European fans. You have them all.
I'm sorry, because I was a European representative, and almost all of them won, right? No, versus BLG won, so I should have done that too, but sadly they were better. And yeah, hopefully I gave something to cheer for you guys.
You absolutely did. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It feels like David versus Goliath in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. 100 Thieves meet T1 in an elimination match.
Phase one has to come in, but with that, he's sealing his own death warrant as well. The first LPL team is getting bodied by a couple of risky thieves.
After a huge upset against BLG in their opening match, they found no respite in the subsequent draws and now face the defending world champions and gods of League Esports to stay alive in the tournament and as an organization.
Whipple's got to try to stay alive. Pop Blossom finds Faker. Gumayushi's already killed Buzio. Masu flew into the back line, but he crash landed. And T1 tears them apart.
For T1, despite finding themselves in the 1-2 group, this should be a clean sweep and a reminder to never bet against them at Worlds. Will 100 Thieves rise to the occasion to slay the giant, or will T1 leave them in the dust and secure a spot in the quarterfinals?
T1 versus 100 Thieves. Owner versus River is definitely the matchup I'm looking at. I mean, this 100 Thieves team, I love them so much. Yeah. I'm so sad that this is, let's just say, likely to be their last potentially failed heist. But yeah, where it starts for me for both of these teams is really in the jungle. River is kind of the engine for a lot of what 100 Thieves want to do. Owner has been such a standout for T1, even when they have struggled. So I think that's where I'm definitely going to be looking as we see some of the draw reactions, a classic.
And you love 100 Thieves. They're easy to love. These guys are really funny, like the continued memes with what I think is one of the best Worlds quotes of all time. This video, I even retweeted. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, it is hilarious.
It's so funny.
You have all the flavors of what could be a reaction. Dokla is super happy. The rest of the team is like, yeah, but is this really how you want to go?
My favorite is Quid, who obviously was most recently back in Challengers, but he still knows, right? And he's just like, guys, I don't know. I don't know if this is good. And then I think it was River ended up getting
his mom basically being like, good luck, and he's just like cackling at it right here. Yeah.
Good luck in esports. Yeah, I mean, that's how you want to take it when you're facing against the world champion, right?
They truly do have vibes and the power of friendship. That is this team summed up, right? Yeah. When the vibes are good, they do have the potential to punch up and take out opponents that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Here we go through talking about how poorly they were performing towards the beginning of Split 3 in LTA. It was a huge struggle. Dokla was actually coaching Sniper at the time before his days coming onto the team, and I think the big reasons they cited were, or one of the big reasons was, in the meta, they really wanted to be able to play Rumble and Sion, and those were two champions that Sniper had been having a lot of trouble with. Dokla was stellar on those picks during 100 Thieves kind of rise and qualification to even get here. And two champions are still really relevant in the meta today. And also now Dokla is a Doyen star from his videos.
Every day there is a new vlog coming from Dokla. But talking a bit more about T1, similar to the previous matchup, they haven't looked like the world champion that we have been seeing, that we were expecting this year. So how do we think this one is going to go? I want to check out the Mastercard fan predictions here
T1's
on X.
Win.
It's a T1 2-0.
76%
of a prediction. Yeah, the fan prediction's also going to be.
Come on, guys.
I thought it would be higher. I thought it'd be at least 80-20.
No, I think that T1, especially, as we have said so many times, and I'm sorry, I keep repeating it, but it just keeps being true, I will not count out this team for winning Worlds until they are mathematically eliminated.
True.
I've seen them do this 2 times in a row. 2 years in a row, they somehow find a way.
They always find a way.
They always find a way.
They're T1.
You know what? I love the smiles on the face of 100 Thieves here. Dokla wanted this matchup. He was thriving for this matchup. Let's see if this is going to go in his favor. In this do or die matchup, once again, 100 Thieves, the last dance that there is for the history of the organization. And T1, as we said, they always find a way to come back, and you can hear the crowd roar for this team. Obviously, they're favored in today's matchup. One player that we want to expect to show up here today, it is going to be Owner, of course.
I mean, it's a no-brainer. Owner has just been the focal point for the early game, and I think if 100 Thieves are going to target someone, it's him.
All right, and let's see how this one goes. 3 games to prove it all between these two teams. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, analysts, and welcome back, everybody. Our first series has concluded. Won't spoil in case you're tuning in just now. And it's time for our next elimination best of 3 with North America's 100 Thieves going up against the winningest team in the history of professional League of Legends. The team that won back-to-back twice before anyone else has ever won back-to-back at all. The current reigning back-to-back world champions led by the greatest player to ever touch the game, T1.
I mean, we've had some pretty good games at Worlds so far.
One intro wasn't like the other.
I'm just describing the accolades of the 2 teams at international competition.
And how many times have they won the LCS, buddy?
Okay, all right, you got me on that one.
Get down off your high horse there, pal.
Yeah, exactly.
T1 have 0 LCS trophies, I will admit that.
Yes.
Wait, how many 100 Thieves have?
They've got some.
They've got some.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. They won a couple of times.
They won with that someday roster.
Oh,
Yeah.
They won someday.
Exactly.
All right. Well,
Time
anyway.
for the real world finals. So let's lock in here,
I mean, I'm
Bettius,
excited.
okay?
Hey, if the first series has taught me anything, be prepared for the unexpected. Because we saw some things in our first series, and while the results certainly went a certain way, we'll see how things pan out. Because as the analysts were saying, T1 definitely coming in as the favorites in this matchup. But I think the biggest criticism surrounding this team right now is their drafting. There have been certain question marks around the plan that they've brought in and how easily they've been shut down in their losses. But their opposition wasn't exactly easy. CFO came out the gate swinging with a really good plan. We saw a similar thing come through from Gen G, their longtime rivals who knew exactly how to shut them down. And as we get ready for draft, I'm very curious to see what T1 has prepared for us and if 100 Thieves can show us any curveballs.
Yeah, it's going to be a big battle in the draft. If you watch Dokla's vlog after getting T1, he said it's going to be a battle on many fronts. Who can draft the worst being one of the major ones. And he said they've been dominating in that area so far. So we'll see what they're cooking up here today. I mean, if you know 100 Thieves, this is a team that wants to fight, that wants to be really aggressive. So I think if there is to be any chance, you need to see Quinn and River playing at their best and on a super aggressive duo where they can really make things happen. That is kind of the recipe to success when 100 Thieves is at their best, and they need to be at their best to even have a chance.
I mean, it's kind of a similar story to what we were talking about in game number 1, wanting to see VKS play aggressively, talking about how it would be the biggest upset in the history of Worlds if they won. I feel like both points are true here in this series as well. 100 Thieves have got to turn those nameplates off, literally go into the settings, just turn it off. It doesn't matter. You've got to play your game. Bans are already starting. Bard, Azir, Poppy, banned out by 100 Thieves. T1 with the Yunara, Orianna, and Sion.
It's actually not Poppy, so that is a bug. That's what I was trying to get your attention for, because we're in-game in the client. It's an Alistar ban, so it's not a Poppy ban.
Okay.
So it's actually not showing correctly there, so just know that if Poppy is picked, it's not actually banned.
It's like the old school bans that you would do like in Season 1 League of Legends where not everybody had the champions. You just say Poppy is Alistar.
There you go.
That's a throwback.
Wukong first pick, and it's going to be an instant answer of Talia Xin Zhao here. So Wukong is very powerful, has been really high prio. Do like it for River, though it doesn't really give them a lot of early action. It does give them some explosive engage. Quid, if he wants the matchup, could just play a control mage. You know, Victor obviously makes sense as far as being able to outrange it, but then you are looking for like scaling 5v5. You're not looking for early
the
action.
opposite of what
yeah.
we said that we wanted to see.
This would be more what I would want to see is some spiciness here from Quid. Quid has always been a melee mid lane specialist. He can play the control mages really, really well, but this is him at his best, is on the melee champs. So I want to see what they can get done. They're going at best. It's full dive. This is 100 Thieves.
This is what we wanted to see as well. You are not going to lock Victor and play for a 4-item game of League of Legends and beat T1 at it. You're just choosing to play on their territory, and for 100 Thieves, it's got to be fast, it's got to be furious, they got to play like family, and that's what I want to see here in this first game.
We often describe it, especially for fans that tune in mainly for international events, but we often describe this type of confidence as turning the nameplates off, where 100 Thieves don't care about the legacy of T1, they don't care about who they're playing against the Rift, they care about playing their game and looking to execute on the game day. The Renekton going to be the answer, a very effective champion into the Ambassador on the top side.
Faker might have won 5 world championships, but that doesn't matter because 100 Thieves can't read. So they can't even, they don't know. This team, man, is a lot of fun to watch. 100 Thieves definitely one of my favorite teams to watch in the LTA. We're able to go from 0 to hero, right? You know, they were struggling. They were in dead last. Dokla joined the team, and they're able to make it all the way to the finals weekend in LTA, go to Worlds, upset BLG, and then they're rewarded with the most brutal gauntlet of teams imaginable here. And we'll see if they can kind of keep this last dance running, because we honestly thought we had seen the last of 100 Thieves so long ago. We never even thought they were going to sniff Worlds, let alone make it here and take down the LPL #1 seed.
I mean, you're right on the money. They started out Summer Split with just like a winless record. They swapped Dokla into the starting roster, and they've just been on this streak ever since, just this miracle run for the team, as they're going to go ahead and ban out 2 supports here in the Karma and the Nico, 2 very powerful laning supports, which again tells me they want to play early, they want to play fast, they don't want to allow T1 a point of power in the bottom lane. T1 going to go ahead and ban out the Ziggs, ban out the Rakan to get rid of some additional engage to go along with the powerful dive already drafted by 100 Thieves, and Corki is the pick for Gumayushi.
And I just think banning out, you know, these 2 supports makes a lot of sense, because you have to blind pick your bot lane, right?
Yes.
So you do not want to walk into a really dominant support matchup, you know, as this 5th pick counter pick here from Keria. Lucian getting hovered. I feel like I believe more the Sivir when you're talking about the pairing with all these melee champions. I could see Sivir, I could see Jhin, I could see things along those lines that could kind of support and buff up what we are seeing in these first 3 picks from 100 Thieves. But we'll see where they want to go.
Okay, so apparently the Poppy was Poppy, and it's the in-game client that we have
client that's bugged?
on the laptop that's bugged. Because
Well,
the
that's
laptop
new.
currently says Alistar is banned and picked, but Alistar got picked, so he couldn't have been banned. So yes, Poppy is actually Poppy. Poppy is not Alistar. Alistar is
How is
Alistar.
the spectator client not bugged, but the in-game client is
I
bugged?
don't know. Don't worry about it.
That is crazy.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. We're not going to worry about it. It's Alistar Varus for 100 Thieves here in the bottom lane. They are still throwing in yet another powerful diver here for Ayla with the Alistar. And the answer for T1, we're still waiting to find out. Yeah, Braum, I feel like for such full dive coming out from 100 Thieves for all of these melee champions. It's a 4 melee comp. Braum feels so strong
would
for
also be
Keria,
nasty.
but also they're going to lock in the Leona instead.
So Braum would have been good into the composition that 100 Thieves have, but T1 would have no way to reliably engage onto their opposition. They could have relied on the fact that 100
like someone who
Thieves-
hasn't seen Faker's seismic shoves this tournament.
Okay. My point is, though, that by bringing out the Leona, they at the very least have ways to start fights on their footing rather than relying on 100 Thieves to be the initiators in these fights.
Big Dokes making a lot of fans of this tournament. Some of his vlogs I had seen on some of the Chinese social media sites had like over 6 million views.
Yeah.
So definitely buying a lot of fans for himself here. He's been great ever since he's come back, you know, into the LCS, into pro play. I remember interviewing him and talking to him the first week back, and he talked about how he wanted to make the most out of his second kind of lease on life as a pro, that he really regretted, you know, not being himself coming into this second time. Wanted to change that, but up against T1 here, this team, yes, they are 1-2, but you never, ever can count them out. You know, I still have that feeling like they could just win the World Championship. They could start that run right here, right now. and Owner has been absolutely incredible. We have multiple T1 skins locked in 400 Thieves, though, against T1. I love it, man. We got T1 Silas, T1 Varus. Was there any others?
I didn't keep track. All I saw was that T1, they're bringing out the most recent T1 skins.
So, all right, we're ready to lock into this one. Game number 1, 100 Thieves versus T1. Elimination on the line. We started the last series off with a couple of fun stats, and here in this one, if you're a T1 fan, you'd be happy to know that Owner is 1 game shy of a 75% win rate on Xin Zhao in pro play. He is 50-17 on this champion. Very, very effective on it, as we're already scrapping a little bit here in the mid lane.
And I mean, that is terrifying. Owner, I think, has just been incredible. And at the center of all the early game action here, for T1, when you look at them in the LCK, Owner has just been an absolute monster. And you have to be able to kind of keep him down if you want to have any sort of success against T1. As Keria able to sidestep there. Hits him with the deaf thumbs up. One of my favorite emotes, actually, the deaf llama thumbs up.
I always enjoy when both players emote at the miss, because FBI also gave him the Keck W Braum to show, yep, I guess I missed that one. But I do want to see how this bottom lane goes. Varus, we always know, is traditionally a powerful laner, but Alistar, the exact opposite.
Absolutely true. We'll see how things pan out in the bottom side of the map. Now for T1, they find themselves in unprecedented waters as well. This is the first time in the history's organization that they have ever lost 2 games, and not only the Swiss stage, but also the group stage.
Yeah.
You can see on your screen right now, this is their 10th world appearance, and this is the only time in the organization's history that they've lost 2 games.
I mean, the stat alone sounds like dire, but then when you keep in mind that it is 10 years, a decade of worlds for T1, and this is the first time that they've lost that second game before we get to the knockout stage, it does probably cause a little bit of nervousness in some fans, but T1 at Worlds is a different kind of monster, as Quid is down to 200 HP. Faker probably trying to at least force a flash here, throws another rock, and Quid has to flash level 2.
Yeah, just really nice unraveled earth there from Faker. Quid was trying to play around the level up timer, and he got caught as he E'd in to try to kill that last minion to get level 2. Faker had the E down right away. He goes into it, gets stunned, and that is a horrendous start for Quid. His buy is a refillable. He's down a flash, based with 5 CS. Not the start you want, especially when, when people talk about strengths of T1, it is not Faker's laning phase that is generally looked at as one of them.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup was already going to be rough for Quid early on. I thought that maybe the good news was that at the very least they trade TPs, because it's still a very early TP coming through from Faker as well. Only going to grab. You're welcome, man.
It's just that the early laning phase was so easy, he wanted to amp the difficulty.
Oh, that's true.
It's like when you start a new game, you're like, maybe I'll try a normal, but it's a little bit too easy, so you put it up to hard.
Because I really thought that Faker
here.
actually could have just walked back to lane. He didn't necessarily need to TP, but he is going to use it. He wants to make sure that he doesn't miss a drop of CS, as he does have about a 5 CS advantage. Bit of skirmishing happening in the bot side of the map.
Yeah, quick trade onto Keria, but again, it's Leona. She's so tanky. Heals used there immediately by both supports just for extra laning power. Gumayushi's barrier blocks most of the hit there from FBI's piercing arrow.
FBI did a really good job. He had blight stacks on both of them, was able to pop both of those blight stacks. They got off the heal and the barrier. Guma is really low now.
Yeah, FBI still looking. As you can also see, River is hovering around down this area. So 100 Thieves, they feel confident pushing up, but up in the top side, it's Doran and Owner looking for the dive on the big Dokes, and it's first blood over to T1.
Now that is what a clean dive looks like. No wasted movements from T1. An easy first blood secure. And Dokla, there is very little he could do. Expended the flash as well, but it wasn't enough to get him to safety.
And you can see the kill went onto Owner, so he's up 300 gold. But Doran, just because he got that wave crashed in, Dokla dies as the wave is dying to the turret. So now Doran's up over 300 gold as well. Really good start here for the T1 top side.
Yeah, really nicely done. And this is also great from T1 because not only did they pull off that dive, but their bot lane was kind of in a lot of trouble. Guma had been put very low, but they can now cover bot side because Doran just TP's there, and Guma walks top to now lane against Dokla, who's been put very far behind. So this is really huge for T1, all off of this dive, this early action from Owner. Bails out the T1 bot lane and allows Doran to get out way ahead.
And the state of the waves is really important as well, because on the top side of the map, Guma can hold the wave, making it harder for Dokla and forcing him to overextend. On the bot side of the map, also the wave in a really good spot for Doran. Notice that it's actually pushing towards him because he held it after the reset had come through. FBI should be able to push this one out, but T1 with really good lane control across the Rift.
All right, River showing up mid, just wants to help get this wave shoved in a little bit there. Quid will take the last hit with the Q on the minions, just make sure that that one gets all shoved in.
Up
T1.
one CS mid, huge.
Yep, there you go. T1 trying to go in after Dokla here now with the Carriot and Gumayushi combo. Dokla can, of course, make a lot of distance here on Ambessa with all that mobility, so it doesn't take a ton of damage, but he's got to play so respectfully around the wave because it's so difficult to walk up to anything other than just EXP range.
Yeah, and I mean, the real danger is if you get redove, right? Like, getting dove once, losing some of the CS really sucks. If you get redove, you're out of the game as Dokla, so they got to make sure that he can collect this wave. That is the real objective up on that top side. Doran 6, though.
Yeah, he's got the dominus. He's taking the 1v2, and he's taking it aggressively. Ayla jumps in for the headbutt. Pulverized. Doran flashes forward. FBI flashes away. Doran with enough fury there. Call the Meek onto the minion wave, just continuing to push that out. A tale of two top laners as Dokla can't even approach the wave, and Doran is playing so aggressively in the 1v2, he's forcing FBI and Ayla back.
Yeah, it looked like Doran actually flashed over the arrow, I think, there, because so little damage was done on that timing. It seemed like he fully avoided that damage with the Blight stacks there from FBI because 100 Thieves thought they could re-engage off of that initial play and weren't able to, thanks to the nice flash from Doran.
And now with Doran forcing those summoner spells in the bottom lane, chunking both of the enemy laners down to half HP, this is a free ticket for T1 to secure a very early first Drake. It's still a minute and a half until the grubs are around, so it's not like they're punished for overloading the bottom side of the map. Really good early game from T1.
They're choosing not to match the waves back to normal. They're going to keep putting the Varus into this Renekton. Ayla, with his TP into bot lane, he'll be able to hold the wave here. So at the very least, 100 Thieves will get something back as the waves have been in a really awkward spot for them for a lot of this early laning phase. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, remember that Quid, after burning his flash very early, actually finds himself with a small CS lead. Faker going to be walking back into mid lane means that he will lose some farm there. So good job on him for being able to claw back the small deficit that he found himself early on.
Yeah, top wave's still bad, though, for Ambessa. Dokla not having a fun game so far, and Ambessa from behind, it's pretty useless. You know, there's no utility to be talking about here, so he's just going to have to kind of sit here and wait for this to eventually push back towards him, but we'll just be bleeding gold out, just trying to stay in XP range for now, and that's really all he can do. Has just been put in such a difficult position.
And it's one of the most frustrating experiences in League of Legends, knowing that your only option is to sit there, watch the minions die, and just essentially wait your turn.
Yep.
So bot lane did have a free setup, but I was questioning it initially, but with the grub spawning now, they wanted to quickly push out bot, make the rotation up towards top. They know that Renekton doesn't have TP available, so now 100 Thieves will guarantee numbers advantage. Note, though, that with the push in top lane, T1 still have access to the river, but Ono's not really in a good position to contest right now.
I mean, this is classic 100 Thieves. You know, when you watch them in NA, they're going to show up for the objectives. They're going to force fights. They're going to try to bait you into team fights that you maybe shouldn't be taking. But T1 doesn't need to fight. They can just take the advantage down on this bot side. But with Quid being out, T1 now can move in.
Okay, T1 looking for a chance to at least take one of these grubs away with Quid's departure. And it looks like they're going to get just that. Owner and Carrier move into the pit. So 2 grubs over to 100 Thieves, 1 for T1. And again, whenever you split the grubs, even for the team that got 1, it doesn't feel that bad just because the big thing is getting the little Void Mites if you secure all 3. So yes, 100 Thieves is going to get credit towards the feat of monster slaying on that one, but the grubs still get split. And T1 also even on that feat, considering they have the first Drake.
I just keep looking at the scoreboard and I see Doran and the advantage that he's built for himself.
Look at that. Look elsewhere.
Just
look
Betty,
a little
that's
bit
your
lower.
mistake. Just
look at
keep,
this 83 gold lead in mid lane. What about that?
Oh, that's gone.
I mean, well, okay, well, I will for now just
Look at that
highlight
130 gold lead in bot lane in support.
That's valid.
Yeah.
True. I do just briefly want to go back to that Renekton. Level 8 on Doran. Dokla just now getting to level 8. Nice trade from Dokla though, as Odia.
Yeah, River He's knocked onto the other side of the Weaver's wall, but still the seismic shove is in the right spot, and it forces the flash from River. Big problem there for 100 Thieves for any plays they want to make. Again, it's all about the Wukong and the Alistar for when they try to engage, and Wukong losing his flash means significantly less threat onto these backline carries of Faker and Gumayusi.
I mean, it's Owner having a much more successful early game here. The top side of T1, obviously, all jokes aside, are in a great spot. Doku was holding the wave to try to get farm, but problem is, he is up here by himself once again. Does thin that wave, but on the next one, they're going to look to dive, and I just don't think that Doku can really do much about it realistically.
Well, we'll see. Right now, he wants to step forward, try to clear out some of that wave a little bit, but Doran immediately popping the Dominus as Owner's ready to try to show up. Dives in with the audacious charge. Public execution from Dokla. Owner's going to die to the turret shot. Dokla stays alive for now. Doran's going to try to pick this one up a little bit, but Doran's going to die as well. Big Dokes! 2 for 1 in the top lane.
I'm sorry for doubting you, Dokla. Bollywood Bin in the top lane takes him down in the 1v2. Massive outplay there, being able to survive. Really did a good job trying to pressure Dorian to take, that fight early, then kites back, waits till Owner gets turret aggro, and then hits him with the ulti, stuns him under the tower to take him down.
Flawless execution, but the action isn't over yet.
Now Faker trying to knock Quid back away from him. River is nearby, and right there is a situation where River's flash could have made a difference. Now, he doesn't have the Cyclone anyway, so likely not, but still, let's take another look at how Dokla outplayed this.
I mean, this was really nicely done. He forces Dorian to use the ulti early, but Faker is going to get solo killed by Quid. 100 Thieves are coming to life.
I hope we get a replay of that one. I gotta see how Quid found this. 100 Thieves, first to 3 kills. They secure the feat of Warfare, and it looked like that was a solo kill on Faker from Quid.
Gentlemen, 100 Thieves are playing with the name plates off. They do not care what they are facing on the Rift. They're playing with nothing but confidence as they are finding kills across the map.
And Dokla has his Eclipse done now, so now he's the one in the driver's seat. Ayla's up here. Dorian could be the one getting dove.
They want to give Doran a taste of his own medicine. Ayla's going to lead the charge. He makes the dive for the headbutt pull. The flash coming out from Doran, but the exhaust ready to follow, and 100 Thieves make boots out of that crocodile. They find the dive up here in the top lane. It cost them the Drake as T1 are going to secure their second one of those this game. Meanwhile, Faker also mining plates off of the mid lane turret. Gumayusi and Keria mining plates off of the bot lane turret. So there are costs to this play from 100 Thieves, but they're still looking to move aggressively.
This is the stressful thing about playing against T1, is they're still finding gold on the map. They're down in kills, but it doesn't matter because they secure their second dragon, they get plates in mid, they get plates down bot, and overall the gold advantage is sitting in mid lane and bottom lane. 100 Thieves have showcased they have the mechanics, they have the ability to find these out plays, but T1, for the time being, are running the Rift.
Absolutely are, and we can see this one more time. The seismic shove is there, but Quid gets the Q slow, flashes in, kills him with the Kingslayer. Faker responds on the flash, but Faker's caught out again.
Faker in a bad spot here with the River. Ayla and Quid trying to chase him down and secure it. Quid gets another one. The Silas running the show for the mid lane. Now up here in the top side, we're going to get yet another trade. Stridebreaker now completed for Doran, but again, that Eclipse from Dokla is so strong. River coming in for the Cyclone. Keria wants to save his top laner, but it's too little. It's too late. 100 Thieves lead the game 6-2.
Dokla has done a legitimately amazing job to be able to come back from the incredibly difficult situation he was in. He's dove early, the wave is frozen on him, he's lane swapped into a 1v2 way behind, and now has clawed his way back into a 500 gold lead, into a level advantage. Dokla is just making it work.
We said at the start of this series, be prepared for the unexpected, and I think that this is about as unexpected as we can get. Dokla finding the 2v1 outplay. Another pick onto Faker as Quid catches him out in the river with the assistance of Ayla. I mean, there's not much to break down here. Faker goes where he is not allowed to go. He does not have the support of his team. And another kill is secured as 100 Thieves are taking control over the map.
100 Thieves playing with confidence. I mean, this is the definition of a vibes team. When things are feeling good, this team feels so ridiculously confident. You can see the graphics there. I can't quite read it.
Yeah,
it's showing that they're a violent team.
Yeah, we're just talking about the kills per minute here, averaging over 1 kill per minute for 100 Thieves and T1, including the games that T1 played in that play-ins match against IG. So both teams can get pretty scrappy. 100 Thieves making this one very PvP heavy early. Quid with an ice abscond to get out of the way of the seismic shove. That means that T1's attempt on him isn't going to work. And honestly, lots of props to both 100 Thieves solo laners here in this game after 15 minutes of play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Quid, good use of the rocket belt there. Barely gets out to the other side of that seismic shove. Otherwise, I think he is very likely dead. Has no flash. Owner was coming in. And 100 Thieves just trying to keep the ball rolling here. The big question is, can you actually stop T1 at this next dragon, right? Because yes, you're in a pretty good spot, but T1 did get 2 early dragons. They're about to take the first tower here as well. And this next dragon is going to mean so much for the game. If T1 get it, move to Soul Point, it is going to be so tough, I think, to play out the game from there for 100 Thieves.
I think the Rift Tower is really important for 100 Thieves, though, because when I think about playing into Talia with Silas, that siege is not the strongest. We talked a lot about in draft how relatively short range on the side of 100 Thieves. You really have to get into the face of your opposition, and this Herald should really help open up that mid lane tower, which once that has gone, that deeper vision into the enemy jungle is going to be that much more valuable for finding those skirmishes and control that you're going to need in the mid to late game.
All right, 1 minute on that Drake that you point out, Isaac, is so very important for both teams. T1 taking that objective puts them in a great spot, and it also has the extra importance of T1 took first turret. 100 Thieves were first to 3 kills. Both teams stand with 2 neutral objectives thus far. Whichever team, secures this Drake will also then have the upgraded boots as the game goes on for just that extra bit of power.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see, can Ayla actually get to his first item? Because Carry already has the Redemption. Not having that is such a big difference maker in a fight like this. Redemption really can change the game completely. Dokla trying to pressure this tower here, but does have to still give respect over to Doran, who has that Stride Breaker completed now.
And you can see, look at the vision being placed down by T1 around this Dragon Pit area. They've got wards in the side brush of mid lane. They're setting up wards in the tri-brush here in bottom lane. They want total control. They want to see where 100 Thieves are coming from, when they're trying to arrive. River goes over the wall here towards the Drake Pit. He has Ayla off to his left. Owner jumps in after the Wukong, stabs him with the wind, becomes lightning. Not a huge trade on either side, but Owner still wins it, and T1 are ready to start the objective.
T1 kick this one off. Their positioning is good.
Okay, nice little bit of poke coming out from FBI. TP coming in. Rift Herald summoned up. Looks like we might get a Combat Herald on this one as the Weaver's Wall. Nice use there from Faker. River still looking for the opportunity to try to go in and steal. Quid off on the bottom side. Rest 100 Thieves going in after the Drake. They're going to steal it away. Carry is about to die to Quid. He falls. Quid takes the kill as the rest of T1 scrambles to try to fight. Solar Flare's not going to find much. Owner takes more damage from FBI. Faker looks to fire back, and FBI's going to be caught by the seismic shove. Owner takes the kill on that one. 100 Thieves in full retreat. Doran on the chase, but he's already lost the dominance. Stride Breaker on Ayla. Owner goes in for a double kill. T1 take the fight, and they aren't done yet. Quid tries to escape. Owner wants win, becomes lightning, but he can't quite make it strike. He jumps in anyway as Quid wants to sidestep the seismic shove, but he's still taking a ton of damage. 100 Thieves has overstayed their welcome, and Quid cannot use his Kingslayer in time. T1 may lose the Drake, but they'll take 3 kills. They'll take the mid lane turret, and they'll take the lead.
And it all came down to FBI not flashing the seismic shove. That is what decides the fight, because Quid had a beautiful start to the fight, pulling Carry over the wall here. Carry flashes in, throws the exhaust down, but look at this. Flash over, pulls him over with his Zenith Blade, gets the free kill onto Carria. River steals the dragon, and then you're thinking this is going to be 100 Thieves win as long as they play it slow. But FBI walks forward here and gets caught by the seismic shove. You have got to flash that. Does not, dies for free, and it allows T1 to pile in and take the fight.
I think the positioning of Doran in that fight was so good as well, because Ayla, he got a beautiful flash backline knockup, and I thought that the Wukong was immediately going to come in with the follow-up, but Doran made it so difficult for the rest of 100 Thieves to follow up on that engage, which meant that T1 could buy enough time to disengage and find the re-engage, and then they hunted the Thieves down into their own jungle, closing that kill gap.
And there's the payoff of T1's early Drake focus. Sure, they aren't on sole point, but the pressure of that possibility threatened 100 Thieves into taking the fight, which T1 then had the confidence and the skill to execute on and give themselves now over a 1,000 gold lead. There's no Baron on the clock for another 5 minutes still. The next Drake is still 3 minutes away, but Otacon is about to spawn in the top side just 10 seconds from now.
It is over 1K gold lead, but at the same time, it's feats for 100 Thieves, right? So this is a very close game. And that one really came down to execution. FBI absolutely going to want that fight back. If he flashes that, it's a totally different story. At the very least, 100 Thieves just walk out with the Dragon. At the most, maybe they can get a bunch of kills and try to turn that into something more. But you're right, it's about Otacon now. And 100 Thieves trying to get up there, reclaims the vision on that top side. T1 is a team that is not afraid of just starting the Otacon, forcing your hand. Quid is just going to let the tower die to deny the local gold here, realizing that's probably not going to be defensible for long anyway. So I think that's a totally reasonable choice.
And the top lane tier 1 tower on T1's side is also just barely hanging on. A big thing about Otacon fights is making sure that the enemy team does not have the nearby tier 1 turret to try to retreat towards after a fight. It can make a huge difference in getting a punish, winning a fight, all sorts of situations. T1's still standing with a little bit, could be a big difference maker. But again, if 100 Thieves gets the opportunity to try to push, they will be able to secure it easily. As the Scryer's Trinket is going to see the Otacon, it's T1 immediately deciding they want the objective. They've already got it down to 1/3 HP. I think 100 Thieves might be a little bit late to the party. Nice Weaver's Wall coming out from Faker. River wants to go in and try to steal it away. He got it! 100 Thieves steal the objective. But what about the fight? T1's already taken out the enemy jungler. Ayla might be next to fall. Gumayusi gets the kill. And Dokla's next on the chopping block. T1, they lose the objective, but again, they get 3 kills instead.
T1 just keep coming out ahead in the fights. 100 Thieves couldn't quite secure kills onto Faker or Carrier, and Doran leading the charge with Gumayusi at his back means that T1 set their sights on the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, it's just so tough. They can't finish off any of those kills. So yes, you do get the Otacon. It stops it from being a total disaster, but Quid is going to have to back off, and that means it is now a 3.7K gold lead with it that tier 2 taken.
Quid stealing away the Dominus, wants to use it aggressively here. Doran and Gumayusi just going to step away. As soon as the abduct does not hit, Doran and Gumayusi know they are safe. 100 Thieves, sure you're feeling good about getting these last 2 objectives, but that gold lead is nothing to joke about. T1 feeling very far ahead now.
It feels like 100 Thieves are so close to winning out on these fights, but you'll see in this instance, the fact that River even gets into the pit was crazy enough. Faker with a beautiful ultimate. River gets super close. Ayla then with the quick follow-up, he's able to steal the objective, and that ulti from Dokla onto Faker on the backline as well, locking down the crucial carry. But 100 Thieves are clumping up into this small space, and Guma's doing so much damage from the Tri-Brush.
And I mean, the biggest difference is Quid's just not there, right? Quid is walking for base the entire fight. It's a 5v4, so you get in, you take the Otacon, you almost kill those people. If Quid was there, they're probably just dead instantly, off of that great engage from Dokla. But T1 forcing the objective once again. They start up the Dragon, but 100 Thieves reclaiming space in the area. Quid's looking to steal a good ult.
T1, 2-1 in Drake so far. Dragon down to half HP. 100 Thieves on the approach. The Weaver's Wall has to be separated. Quid in the middle of everybody. Xinjiao ulti stolen. Quid gonna be focused here for now, but he's still staying alive in the moment. Carrier taken down to about nothing. Dokla on the back line. He wants Gumayusi, but he can't find him. FBI's under pressure, but he stays alive as well. Both top laners out of the picture. Dragon, 3K HP. Redemption coming in for 100 Thieves as Owner tries to jump forward. Now he's gonna be your target. River's next to fall. The Drake goes over to T1. Quid jumps back over the wall. He wants the abduct, and he's lucky he didn't get it. Owner of 1 HP, a double kill of it to Gumayusi, a piercing arrow over the wall from FBI. There are dead bodies in both jerseys all over the Dragon Pit, and now Faker is looking for more. He wants another rock here onto FBI, onto Ayla. His seismic shove will not hit. Gumayusi coming around to try to help him. Ayla's next to fall. It's a 4 for 2 plus Drake for T1.
T1 play at the edge of death time and time again. It felt so close that at a single moment the fight could swing, but Gumayusi, the man doesn't drop. The man continues to dish out damage, and he is dominating in this first game.
He really is, but I gotta give credit. Whoa.
Whoa.
Faker getting a little bit nervous about that Q, and now he's getting TP'd on, and he has no stasis and no flash.
Yeah, Faker might need to be nervous about something else as immediately Quid arrives, but there's so much distance already for the Taliyah. Tagged by the Proto Belt. Quid misses the abduct yet again, with Gumayushi showing up in the seismic shove connecting. It means Quid's chance at grabbing that kill is gone.
I mean, Dokla just keeps getting into the backline in these fights, but the Wukong can never get there with him. The Sylas can never get there with him. He hits the ulti onto Faker, got him low, got Guma low, got the barrier out, but they need that assistance. It can't be a solo mission from Dokla. Ayla's looking for an engage.
Yeah, Ayla knocks Owner up into the air. Defensive Xin Zhao ulti to keep Owner protected. Dokla dives in for the public execution. Owner's gonna take a ton of burst, and he drops first. Carry is next to go if he's not careful. Doran's in the back of 100 Thieves, and they scramble defensively. Doran's next to Baron.
They go Baron!
The line on T1 is down as Baron spawns onto Summoner's Rift. 100 Thieves have 5v3, and T1 wants nothing to do with Baron.
They gotta give it up. What an engage from Ayla there as 100 Thieves finds Owner right before the spawn of Baron here. He says, you've gone too far. We know that Faker's back in base. We know that the rest of T1 isn't here to support. So they just force it. Dokla hits another great ult. They're in on the Owner. They take him out. And then Doran TPing in. 100 Thieves make the call. Turn on the teleport. Burst down the Renekton.
100 Thieves have so much resilience as they do not slow down in any game that they play. Every opportunity they fish for, every fight they will look to take, and that fight could very well have been a game changer. T1 hold on to the goal lead for now. It is Owner and Gumayushi where a lot of this gold is sitting, but I keep turning my attention to the man in the mid lane, Quid, getting closer and closer to level 16. The standing gold of this mid tier 1, the bot tier 1, these towers are up for grabs. 100 Thieves are not down and out just yet.
Okay, so Faker's armband is still broken. Quid now has a functional armband of his own. Red Bull Baron power play at plus 2,000. Gold lead for T1 at only plus 1,500. Important to note as well, look at the timers on the Baron and the Infernal Drake. They're going to expire, pop, whatever you want to call it, at about exactly the same moment, which means 100 Thieves are going to have control
They're
of the
going to look for a
Rift,
fight right here.
up to the Drake. Now Carrier gets over the wall with a blast cone. River jumps in, pops a Cyclone on Faker. That was a
that was not the fight they wanted.
Got a little bit too excited, but hey, they're still going to force T1 back. They're still going to take the tier 1 turret down here in the bottom lane.
That top lane though, Doran pushed it in extremely deep. Someone from 100 Thieves needs to go and catch it. They're kind of over-grouping on this bot side while they were fishing for that fight. A flash commit from River was very deep when they should have just focused on securing this tower. This Baron has been a great neutralizer as they've closed that gold gap, been able to secure a couple of extra items, but a little bit too deep there from 100 Thieves.
I mean, I think he maybe thought Ayla was still going to be able to get in behind him, but that is such a big mistake actually by River, because now you do not have Flash for the pivotal fight, for the soul fight that is likely to decide the game here. If T1 gets that, I think it's lights out. So that is going to be a massive resource missing now for them. Also have to note that not only is it the Seekers that's broken, Faker's not even building towards Zonius.
The key thing for both sides is 100 Thieves looking to dive onto that backline. Having good angles to flank from, having those flashes available is going to be key. For T1, it's about playing that front to back, that slower style, making sure that this Sylas does not get on top of your Corki. The target selection from Carrier is going to be so important as Guma is yet to die in this game. This Corki is a monstrous Quid. He face checks.
Yeah, Quid face checking right into the brush. He's going to get punished here. Remember, he still has the arm guard, but the chain CC. Quid's alive, but only at 50 health. The Sylas is the target, and T1 has already found him. Carry is going to be focused down by 100 Thieves. Gumayushi under pressure from River, but T1's already found a double for Owner. Gumayushi low. Dokla needs to get the kill, and he finds Gumayushi. Dokla flashes back over the wall. Faker wants to take him out, but he doesn't have the damage. FBI gets a double as Owner falls. Beautiful play from Dokla to salvage the fight. Quid gets caught, but it's 100 Thieves taking out 3 for 2. And gentlemen, one of the 3 is the enemy jungler. Faker
TP.
trying to save things, trying to look for River here, who has to use the clone to juke away.
Dokla's TPing deep.
Dokla looking to cut off Faker's escape here. The teleport coming in on top of the wave. Faker's got to be aware of this. Pathing through the jungle, making sure he stays safe. But the mission is accomplished. Soul is averted. 100 Thieves keeping the game so close.
It was supposed to be a disastrous fight for 100 Thieves. Quid with the face check, he was supposed to die, and T1 was supposed to have the numbers advantage. But the resilience pays off. Quid buys so much time using Owner's ultimate. He drops the arm guard as well, and the rest of the Thieves collapse. Ayla with a quick flash onto the back line. River targets Kuma, and that was enough for Dokla to clean up the fight.
Yeah, Dokla has just been team fighting beautifully, helping out FBI there. And then again, look at that ult. He finds it past Doran onto Guma, gets in, takes him out, flashes out, and is able to survive. Every fight, Dokla has hit a good ulti in on the backline. Look at the emotions on the 100 Thieves coaches there. Golden Glue, huge reactions. They are still in it. This game is almost dead even, but still, it is on that knife's edge. One fight this late in the game with Soul on the table for T1 really could decide it.
Guma had a 2K gold lead over FBI. FBI finally reclaims the gold advantage. 4 items finished for this lethality Varus. The gold is dead even. 100 Thieves continue to make magic happen as slowly but surely they are bringing this game to T1.
Some huge purchases, though, for T1. Faker now obviously has that Zonia's, did actually complete it before that last fight. And the GA is here now for Owner as well. Those are the 2 players with the gold lead. And those are the 2 players that are going to be so hard to take down. How much gold does Quid have in pocket? 1,400, so he's working towards his Zonias. Really needs to try to get that before the next major fight, because the Seekers is doing him no favors. But as you said, Vetty, FBI, cheaper build, up a little bit in gold. That means he has 4 completed items.
Baron spawning in 30 seconds. The previous Baron was the big turning point here. As remember before that, it was T1 with a 4,000 gold lead, but the pick from Ayla's play ended up setting up 100 Thieves to get that Baron uncontested. Now with the second one about to spawn, it's 100 Thieves with control over the pit, and T1 not wanting to let another one of these slip away. Dokla finally going to secure that tier 1 turret up there in the top side, bring this gold back to almost exactly even after 31 minutes of play. Doran is in the bottom side. He's pushing to tier 2. 100 Thieves are going to demand his attention now as they start up the Baron. It's not dropping particularly quickly, but it is already down to half HP. Quid stealing away the enemies in Chow ulti. Owner and the rest of T1 trying to scramble to make this fight. Weaver's Wall is going to separate 100 Thieves, but there's no damage done by T1. 100 Thieves are still disengaging for now as T1 will do the same.
FBI tried to time his Chains of Corruption onto the teleport. He whiffed it. It was early. Couldn't land that. That would have been critical. If he hits that, I think they can 100-0 Doran there and then go right back onto the Baron. Doran TP'd into such a dangerous location.
They also put a lot of stress onto Doran because he wanted to go back, purchase the Sterak's, and then TP into the fight. But I think that they thought what you thought, Flowers, which is that this Baron shouldn't die that quick. But it just melted. It was disappearing. Doran had to get involved in the fight. He joins early, but then the fight is disengaged. And Quid, my goodness, the level of confidence he was playing at the edge there, he was forcing Guma back. He was threatening a dive onto Faker. He knew that he had Ayla at his back. And
They're going to start it again?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to. Put the pressure onto T1 once again.
Okay, Doran's going to be the first to see what's going on here. Quid not going to hit Abscond Abduct. T1 needs to try to approach this. The Baron is dropping again, down to half HP already. Owner over the wall. River has been winning the smite fights here so far in this game. 100 Thieves looking to peel away now as Ayla charges in for the headbutt pull, but it's not going to connect. Ayla now going to be the target here with Redemption coming down, but Carry is first to die. 100 Thieves already have the first kill. River's going to the back line. He wants Faker and Guma. T1's killed River, but what about the rest of the fight? Quid into the back. Faker staying alive, trying to kite him out. Dokla with a little bit more damage, but he's down. 100 Thieves overstep, and T1 have been the best team in the world so many years for exactly this reason.
100 Thieves thought they had their moment, and T1 just turned it around on them. Look at this engage from them. They're able to go in, the flash from Guma to avoid the combo from Ayla, but then the re-engage from River. It's looking so good for them as T1 goes into the blender. They knock down Guma, and you're thinking, this is the time. This is where they're going to win. But Owner comes back up with a GA, and look at Doran. Faker gets the stasis off at no HP, and Doran just crushes them.
FBI flashes into melee range of the Renekton. The flick gets all three, and Doran's like, welcome to the meat grinder. Baron is secured, the soul will be secured, and just like that,
that's the game.
T1 will snuff out the hopes of 100 Thieves.
Exactly. You look at the point where a game breaks when you're looking back at a VOD in League of Legends, and that right there is where the game broke. Baron plus Soul now, 34 minutes into the game. It's gone from on a knife's edge to firmly now in the favor of T1.
Such a close team fight that a few decisions could have changed so much. Such an impressive overall game from 100 Thieves, and to be honest, they've impressed me so many times this game. I won't count them out just yet. They've shown so much tenacity and so much creativity. Big Dokla will set his sights on the enemy AD carry. Let's see if he can lock down Guma as T1 threaten the siege through the bot lane.
I mean, it's going to take a miracle at this point, this far behind, but like you said, one different decision, a couple little things, and that could have been their team fight, their Baron, them on Soul Point, in a very different story. But now T1 looking to put the finishing touches on this game number one. Soul plus a 4K advantage, you know, that's basically 10K worth of stats and good ways to apply it. The Corki poke is going to be such a problem here now, 400 Thieves.
T1 on the push in the bottom lane. No Guardian Angel on Owner, so he will have to be a little bit more careful with his front lining as 100 Thieves group up as 5. They know their task right now is defense, defense, defense for the next 60 seconds. I think if you're 100 Thieves, what you're looking at is 4.5 minutes from now. The great equalizer, the Elder Dragon. They have to hold on, not allow the base to be absolutely crushed before that point. And it looks like they're doing a good job holding for now as T1 have their next wave ready to push bottom lane. Faker going to use the Weaver's Wall to guarantee that this outer barrier goes down. Now the inhibitor exposed here in the bottom lane. Quid stealing away the Xinjiao ulti yet again. Wants to have that defensive capability here in what could be the last team fight of the game. 100 Thieves thinking about their moment. River has a Guardian Angel of his own. T1, they'll take the turret, but the inhib still stands and they back away at least for the next minion wave. 25 seconds remaining on the Baron, and Carry is heading home.
You can see how cautious T1 are with their siege. They know that if 100 Thieves can close that gap, they have some serious damage threats onto their carries, and they refuse to give them that space. So they slowly chip away, but 100 Thieves protect their inhibitors. They hold the line for now. The Baron will wear off. And even though T1 have gained a lot of gold off the back of that Baron, we're kind of at the end of the game. These itemization differences aren't that significant. A fight can still be all it takes for 100 Thieves to turn this game around. T1, hold on to the driver's seat for now. The next objective, not for another 2.5 minutes. Let's see if T1 can secure any more objectives or if 100 Thieves will hold the line.
Some pretty huge gold leads, though, on that T1 side. You can see Asterix now completed for Owner. He's an entire item ahead of River.
Yeah.
River does have his GA active, but Owner is going to have his GA active before the Elder, before that really important fight. And Guma very likely to be that full 6 items. FBI isn't going to get there even with that cheaper build. And there is that 6th item purchased up by Guma. So T1 in an incredible spot. Of course, it's always possible. I don't think T1 is going to give the flip to 100 Thieves, though. They don't need to flip it. They just need to look for the fight, utilize their advantages to be able to secure a team fight win and not allow it to come down to a smite for Elder, because if they allow that flip and River wins it, that is the possibility for 100 Thieves.
I mean, you've got Talia and Corki with an Infernal Soul. Your poking capability is very, very high. Yes, the enemy team has Lethality Varus, but T1 has plenty of tools of their own. They've taken away the enemy's full team red buff. They've secured their own full team blue buff. They're feeling very confident in this last couple of minutes leading up to the Elder, as Quid has to constantly make sure he's answering the push in the bottom lane from Doran. Because that tier 3 turret is already down, if you leave the Croc alone in the bottom lane for just a little bit of time, the inhibitor is seriously threatened.
And Quid is just desperately trying to get enough gold for the death cap, right? He has both the components. He needs about 400 more gold. So he may be able to get it, you know, if he can get some jungle camps, get some of these extra waves. Should barely be able to get there, but we'll see
kill
if
will
he has
also do
time.
it.
A kill would definitely help.
Yeah, Doran now going to be caught by the abduct. Quid going in, steals Dominus. Doran in a pretty bad spot here, does have to slice and dice his way away. Now the Weaver's Wall is used there by Faker, but remember, this is level 18 Talia. The Elder is still 80 seconds away. That cooldown's going to be back in time.
The big thing for me is Doran's ultimate being used. It's relatively low, but Quid's is even lower. Level 18 Silas, he's going to be able to steal another one.
It's back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So ahead of this objective, actually I say that, I'm looking at these timers, still a ways away. I thought they were much sooner, so I expect Doran's ulti to be back.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Faker, I'm going to check the cooldown on it. So, yeah, still going to have it. They're both going to have those ultimates, no problem. But was a good look there from Quid. And unfortunately, they can't really find anything on that timer.
He's got the death cap.
Yep, he's got the hat. And now Baron is alive, 25 seconds ahead of the Elder. Quid stealing away the Xinjiao ulti yet again. River looking towards Faker, but the unraveled Earth means no way he can try to use the Nimbus Strike to close the gap over that. 100 Thieves. This is it. If they want to have any chance coming back and winning this first game, they're going to need to get a team fight win here. They're going to need to get the Elder after. Keria takes a bit of poke there, so they'll feel okay about that one. But again, it's nothing that's going to change the game. Quid goes into the middle of everybody. He's shielded up with his Xinjiao ulti. Into the back goes Dokla. Keria under threat, but Dokla doesn't have the damage. He's going to be knocked into the resurrection here for the Guardian Angel. Quid has to keep making a little bit more space as Dokla tries to retreat. Gumayushi goes in, and Dokla is down. T1 managed to survive the dive. They outplay 100 Thieves, and Elder Dragon is about to be their target.
100 Thieves are hesitant to back away from this objective. They know that this is their way back into the game. They don't have Dokla available. 45 seconds until the top laner is back. The HP is low for Quid. Even if they trap the Renekton, is it really going to be enough?
Okay, Quid steals Dominus yet again. Elder Dragon targeted by T1. They've got a 5v4. Quid's only at 40% HP. Ayla focused down. He's dead immediately. T1 have their first kill. Quid wants to take Keria, but it's not going to matter because Doran's already killed FBI. T1 on the victory push. Doran goes over the wall and Quid has to flash away from Solar Flare. River and Quid in full retreat. T1 in hot pursuit. River trying to juke with a bit of a clone prank, but it's not going to work well enough. Quid is already dead. Faker has cut off River's escape. It will not matter that he has Guardian Angel because the Angels are not listening. T1 will stop 100 Thieves' chances dead in their tracks. It's a 5-0 delayed ace. Dokla's back to life, but the inhibitor is first to fall, and it's only a sign of things immediately to come. The Nexus turrets will melt. 100 Thieves fought hard, but T1 is T1, and they are not gonna fall in this first game. 24-16, they'll take game one.
A valiant effort from the underdogs of T1. 100 Thieves is what I meant. As T1 shut them down, the fight execution was phenomenal, and they're able to take the victory to start off the series.
Honestly, a really fun game to watch here in this first one. Analysts, what do you think?
I think this is so frustrating to watch for 100 Thieves, man. They were so close every time. They kept on fighting. They kept the ball running, but it was just not enough, guys.
It got to the point where I wanted them to win. It's fine. It's fine. Just make it happen. Oh my God, that was plot. That's plot armor right there.
Honestly, I hope you both see though why I've loved this team so much, and like, I was just hoping they could come in like, okay, it's going to be a T1-2-0, but I want people to see their strengths as a team, right? And I think you absolutely saw that here with the way that they really approached a lot of these fights, with the confidence that they were playing with. But yeah, T1, R1, we've seen them do it so many times. I do want to draw attention to an early fight because I think we set this up as like Owner is going to have to kind of be the engine. He's going to have to do really well in these fights. And I thought the third Drake fight was like such a great example of that with him on this Xinjiao.
That man is aura, and he's dancing around every skill shot.
It starts it off by canceling the initial engage, then sidesteps the ultimate, and then as his Q3, primed on the ward, so he's ready to follow up on the flick from Faker, which allows T1 the space to turn this fight. If they had lost that fight, I think they actually would have been in dire straits. And let's be real, there were a lot of those fights.
Yeah.
But it really, to me, showcased, even though some of the other team members had the redemption moments later on, why Owner, to me, right now, is the heart and soul of this team. If he gets his ins out, he can make miracles happen. Obviously, the big talking point is that they needed a miracle. They were the heavy favorites today.
That's the thing. It's not only on the Jintao, because for me, that's been Owner's performance the whole year.
Yeah,
He's the
absolutely.
consistent member for this T1 lineup.
Yeah, I feel like when other T1 members have stepped up and kind of retreated a little bit in terms of their performances, right? Owner has just been so consistent, so solid, so good for this team. But you already set it up, Chronicler, because we had a little bit of redemption for T1 solo laners who were kind of getting 100 Thieves were getting the best of them in some of these fights, but at the crucial Baron fight that decided it for T1, it's Doran and Faker, of course, coming through.
33 minutes in-game. Doran Faker stealing 100 Thieves' fate in our HyperX Reflex replay. I was screaming during this fight.
Because this could have been where 100 Thieves, even just a game win, would have been absolutely pivotal. And it looks good at first. I think Gum up until this point has been able to stay away. Not this time around, but then right here, it's a free knock-up. And then also Doran helps set it up with the immediate flash. Now, Owner was still on his way, but it's these moments that remind you why T1, especially when it comes to Worlds, just keeps getting away with it.
That's exactly what it is. They keep on getting away with it. No, just of course. It comes down to these flash moments.
That's actually what happens every time.
Give me one thing we want to see from 100 Thieves for this next game, which could be their last game.
Oh my gosh. I actually might get emotional because I love this team so much. This is going to be Rivers last year in the LCS/LTA because he will be going to serve his mandatory military service. So yeah, I would like to see a little bit better map play from them when they do get these objectives, because it did feel like even in the early to mid game when you had that insane dive where Dokla got the 2-for-1, right? You had some of these early skirmishes that they somehow managed to come ahead on. Quid had the solo kill, but it still felt like T1 were taking control of the map. And that, I think, is where, if they're going to take a game, 100 Thieves does need to recognize those advantages.
And that's the big thing, and that has been an ongoing theme, not just today, but for the entirety of the tournament, is that you can get kills. We saw Quid literally solo kill Faker, but when it comes to the rotations on the map, when it comes to actual gold, T1 throughout that entire game was barely behind, right? Like they were always able to outtrade. I think that's really hard to fix. I just hope they can keep holding on to the momentum because the fight is there. A couple of key moments differently, and we might have been seeing them one up here.
Chin up, guys. You had this, and you can still prove it. You can still come back against the world champion, which would be huge for this organization and their last run at Worlds. This might be the last series, the last game for 100 Thieves. The team will not be returning to the LCS next year. That's right, you heard me. The LCS next year.
LCS 30. I mean, it's great that he's in the LCS, but now it's like Draven in a show match.
Of course you can't say welcome to the LCS. It's the LTA. Welcome to the LTA, Surdy.
This is going to be a struggle.
Show what he got in LCS or like LTA now.
It's just LCS. I almost beat Gen G, or LTA, excuse me. That's going to happen.
XU, welcome back to the LCS match. A lot of LCS fans could be all LCS teams. Way the North!
There's some rivalries this year in the LCS.
LCS pros need to work on their signatures. This is honestly the best plug I've ever seen for an LCS player.
Last game of LEC we'll watch, and then we'll go into LCS, obviously.
It's going to be really exciting to see in the LCS.
Coming into top lane as an LCS player, I saw it.
I was thinking ahead, and I was like, LCS, nope, LTA.
Big brain.
Not gonna make that mistake on air for sure. Of the LCS or LTA. After their LCS game, you know, flaming the other LCS teams.
The second best at the time.
You said that.
Support in the LCS.
The return of the LCS, but a smiley face.
Oh, let's keep it. Yeah.
You know, when you're playing against LCS teams,
Fantastic.
This is an LCS thing now, isn't it?
We want to do a check-in for Fantasy LCS as well. Just wants that LCS trophy. I don't think I said LCS unintentionally.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I didn't.
But I'll have to check the tape.
so slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The greatest players in the world are here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9. You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. Look at Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners. Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Becker flashes in, and down goes Knight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. Here you can see between the games, while the rest of 100 Thieves are convened elsewhere, doing whatever they need to do between the games, Quid ruminating on game number 1 there at his seat, at his computer. It was honestly a very close first game. The outcome still being what everyone expected with T1 taking the victory, but the road to that outcome was anything but expectation as 100 Thieves truly put T1 to the fire.
Dokla played one of the best games, honestly, feel like I've seen from him in his career. He was really on one. You know, gets put in such a difficult position after that early dive, outplays in the 1v2, gets both those kills, and every team fight finding the backline time and time and time again. Him and Quid really were shining in that game for me. And now the question is, can you try to harness that magic once again? Because now you have to beat T1 twice in a row, or 100 Thieves, their time in League of Legends is over. This is potentially the last game we will ever see, you know, from 100 Thieves, and the last game we'll ever see from River, who is very likely retiring after this Worlds.
For me, we saw such a massive AD carry gap in that game. Gumayushi, his positioning was so fantastic, and his ability to dish out damage, and from FBI, overstepping one too many times, getting caught by Faker's knockbacks on the Taliyah. We'll see how things change if they do here in Game 2, as 100 Thieves looks to try and equalize the series, as the bans have already come through thick and fast.
Exactly. We've got Bard, Kiana, and Caitlyn banned out by 100 Thieves, looking mostly towards that bottom lane, as Cassante, Yunara, and Sion are banned out by T1. First pick of the draft here in what could be their last game in League of Legends. 100 Thieves will lock the Rumble for Dokla.
I mean, honestly, it does make a lot of sense. And, you know, when I'm thinking of Quid, I wouldn't be shocked if they're doing like a Yone Rumble, like full kind of like spicy style comp. This team, I think, wants to go down swinging. So if the opportunity is there, I would not be shocked. And the fact that they had left Azir open, they were potentially trying to like bait that and look for the Yone into Azir. The Ori is going to get taken, so we might just have an Ori versus Azir trade instead and have more kind of that standard style. But we could also look towards like an Akali or something like that if Quid really wants to stay on the melee champs, stay aggressive, because I do feel like that is probably your best chance, you know, really getting in the mix. You could go like Pantheon Akali, something along those lines, and just full send it, because you can't play standard and really expect, I think, to be able to consistently take down T1.
I don't love Aurora into Orianna. I think the matchup is Orianna favored, but especially given how Quid played the laning phase in the first game, maybe he just feels confident in his ability to get the outplay.
Akali.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing around with some options right now. I think the Yone could also be fine. He will struggle in the early lane, but you know, in the side lane and the scaling, he does have that advantage later on.
Yeah, I think basically what they were doing is you're leaving Azir Ori, and you're saying, if you go Ori, I go Akali. If you go Azir, I go Yone.
Sure.
And that's kind of like my read, just knowing the player and knowing they see themselves as underdogs. So they're not going to go, like, if this was in NA, he might just go Azir and say, we're just going to trade and I'll just team fight well and we'll win, right? But it's against Faker, it's against T1. You gotta get aggressive. So I actually really like the plan here early on from 100 Thieves.
I think, though, what's very scary is giving Ona this Jarvan, especially pairing it up with the Galio.
Those first three are nasty.
T1 has a very solid foundation. Their dive and their protection. Akali loves the ability to lock down these low mobility mages, low mobility AD carries, and just execute them. But with the Galio protection on top, it's going to be that much harder for Quid to find those executes.
I mean, taunt is so problematic for Akali. You get pulled right out of the smoke screen. And now you have got to draft something for FBI that is going to be able to stay safe against the potential dive of Ori Jarvan with Galio all over the top, right? So I'm thinking about mobile carries and thinking about things like Ezreal. I'm thinking about something that's far back, maybe like a Jhin that is, you know, staying kind of less involved in the fight. And T1 right now is targeting some of these supports that are engaged supports. I really like the Poppy ban because we are clearly showing full dive. The other option is you just go Kaisa with FBI and you say, I don't care about you diving me, I'm diving you, right? So those are the kind of two schools of thought. I think knowing FBI, like I would predict that he would play something like the Jhin. That would be kind of my expectation, more so than the other options. But I do think you do have a couple different paths you can kind of take from here. And Ezreal ban does make a lot of sense, just seeing as, again, it's like, how do I stay alive against this?
I think Jin for Guma could also be a solid option. Of course,
totally, yeah.
against Akali it is a little bit scary, but when you've got so much threat, squishy front lines, like there's no real tank on the side of 100 Thieves right now. So Jin from the back line with your ultimate, with your W, you've got a lot of potential range to play with as well. Depends how much in the wombo combo direction they want to go. Maybe they're worried about something like a Jinx Lulu, but Nico
pairing,
is still open. And for Carrier, this is one of his preferred champions. It comfortably synergizes very nicely with what T1 have gone for. The wombo combo is very real, and this Akali's gonna struggle with the stacking CC that we're starting to see mount from the side of T1.
Yeah, I mean, it's all just AoE. It's like, I don't care if I see you because I'm just gonna Shockwave and Galio ult and Nico ult all on top of that smoke screen there. And not only is this great engage, it's also great counter engage, right? Because if you are this melee heavy comp, very likely 100 Thieves are going to have 4, so they are going for the Kais option, so that means it's going to be a hard engage support. We're thinking like Rel or Nautilus or whatever, something along those lines. Regardless of what it is, you basically have 5 short range champions, and you're going to be flying in on a target, whether it is the Orianna or whatever AD carry that Guma goes. I think something super defensive could be smart here, whether it is the Jhin or Xayah or whatever. And then all of a sudden, in comes the Nico ult, in comes the Galio ult, in comes all these things. So I feel like the draft was fairly predictable. Both teams clearly have defined playstyles. If you're looking like, you know, just standard comps, I feel like T1 has a pretty big edge, but if there were a way to win, I think for 100 Thieves, just full sending it, so I don't mind it whatsoever.
I am not surprised even in the slightest by the Xayah being picked against the full dive. So powerful to buy yourself the time while the Pop Blossom or the Galio ulti or whatever else comes in to just create space. 100 Thieves showed us last game that they are willing to play aggressive, that they will not be intimidated by the fact that they are playing up against T1. And with this type of composition, you need to have that mentality. My eyes are locked onto River on this Pantheon. You've got point and click stuns. You've got an incredibly powerful semi-global ultimate to try to turn numbers in your favor when they shouldn't be. And I feel like River's performance will be paramount for this team to have a chance.
I'm keeping my eyes on both Guma and Faker. In the last game, Faker really did struggle throughout the early phases, but he had very significant knockbacks on that Taliyah, whereas Guma, in this composition, he's very relied on to be one of the main damage dealers. This is really only a 2 damage threat composition, and 100 Thieves are going to be sending everything that they've got to take out these 2 carries. Their positioning is going to be important. Their impact in the team fights is going to be super important. Let's see if River can find the advantages needed to set up 100 Thieves for success in these fights.
Yeah, and Pantheon has been struggling so far at Worlds. It is 1-5. Only win was won by Tarzan. And, you know, sometimes when you have these, like, low-threat comps where you have 1 threat, 2 threat, you know, I am not a fan of those. But when it's Gen G, when it's T1, when it's teams like this, you just kind of know that the carries are going to play to a level that it's going to work out, that it's going to be strong.
Also, Ona's Jarvan is just something he's so proficient at. It's something that he's incredibly comfortable on, and he has such impact in the early game.
What isn't he proficient on? That's the problem.
I mean, that
with
is
this guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude,
that's very
good.
true. That he is in fact quite good. I mean, he's been
How's
kind
his
of the,
Azir jungle? You know?
Probably quite bad, actually. There you go.
Okay, there we go. We just need to ban him into a point where he has to play Azir jungle.
We need to shift the game into 126 bans. I see what you're saying.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm very much expecting a huge early game impact from him. Bot lane is the lane I expect him to be focusing his attention towards. Right now, he's sitting in the middle of the lane, deciding where he wants to start his pathing.
Just pondering a little bit.
Well, look, the delayed invade, he was prepared for it. He's now going to change his attention. Great read from Ona.
Yeah, that was actually so impressive. That is what he's doing. He's just waiting. He's saying, okay, I have a ward protecting on that side. He knew that they had that ward over on red buff. So he's saying, I don't want to get caught on this invade here. And as a result, is just going to be able to immediately go to his wolves. It's going to turn into a split map situation very likely. Kai'Sa is topside, so it is going to be Rumble and Rel weak-sided here, and Owner is immediately going to go into this clear. Yes, he'll be able to go down. It will be spotted, but this is a split map spot, and I feel like though it was River who initiated it, I really favor T1's spot from here because Galio getting weak-sided, I think you're not really likely to be able to punish it that heavily.
I told you guys, he was pondering. He was pondering where they were going to start, how they were going to invade him, just simply considering all of the possible outcomes, as Keria and Gumayusi are going to have control over the bottom lane wave here initially. Quid losing out in these early trades against the Orianna. We know how powerful Clockwork Windup is for taking control of the lane early on against these melee champions.
I do also want to note, going for fleet footwork on Akali, it does give you so much more survivability in lane, especially with the additional healing that you can get from your passive, but your kill threat is significantly lower in the late game. Electrocution has become such a staple in Akali's kit to give her that extra kill threat. To not run it, I have some concerns around the potential kill threat later on, especially when we move into the side lane. But for the laning phase, it really does allow you to stay that much healthier when playing in the 1v1.
Yeah, and I think, you know, talking to players about this, it's kind of the trade-off of basically they're saying, yeah, I'm losing damage by not going electrocute, but I'm gaining damage by being able to stay in lane longer and having fleet and kind of having more itemization. So that's kind of the argument I've heard from some players. Whether or not that does actually remain true or whether it does pay off, that's a different question here, because Faker obviously still building a pretty nice edge thus far. Ayla, yeah, maybe could have engaged, but it wouldn't have mattered because no one is in range. And FBI taking a very bad end of a trade there against Dorian, but both are low, and because Dorian is weak-sided, he's the one that's going to have to back off, not knowing where River is.
All right, we still don't have any crazy action here early with this split map situation like you were talking about. And remember, we mentioned it a little bit in the draft, but this is truly the final heist for 100 Thieves. It's not just the end of Worlds once this team is out of the competition. It is the end of the organization in League of Legends. They already confirmed back at the start of this year that they would be exiting League of Legends after the 2025 season was complete. They've gone on an incredible run so far throughout the summer split to even make it to this point. And now up against T1, who are now one game away from eliminating them, 100 Thieves will be put to the test.
And by all means, they have been tested at this World Championship. What a last hurrah for the organization, as they've not had an easy schedule by any means. They have only played so many difficult opponents here at the World Championship.
Only LPL and LCK.
Yeah, and to round out their tournament, potentially they can still win out this series, but to go up against DT1 in the event that they do lose today, I mean, I couldn't really think of a better opponent to lose to, considering how storied this organization truly is. But 100 Thieves still in a very even state so far in this game. They are definitely by no means down and out just yet. And we saw how resilient they were in their first game. They came so close to winning that first game even. As Keria has snuck his way in.
Yeah, Keria, the extra cannon minion, but he misses the Tangle Barbs. If those would have hit, I think that's almost certainly first blood.
Yeah, very likely, but either way, he just walks up, chunks down Quid. Quid has no TP, so that is actually so problematic for him. River is coming to try to cover, but they are looking to try to keep this pressure going on him. And this is a difficult spot for Quid.
And I like this choice here from T1, recognizing again in game number 1, struggles for Faker in the laning phase. Quid getting the solo kill, remember, back around like level 5, level 6 or whatever it was. And now they are shutting that down by forcing Quid to take another recall without that TP like you mentioned.
Quid taking that E to last hit that minion really was a big mistake. Keria was waiting for it. He could see what Quid was planning, and he punished him by forcing him to go back to base. And now this is an easy dragon secure for T1. Very little to think about. When there's no enemy mid laner to contest, when you know that your Orianna is level 6, should be an easy objective secure.
Yeah, Dokla's still holding onto his TP though, and Guma is top, so there is a potential for a 5v4 if they want to try to go for it. But of course, they are too late. But early smite, the steal!
River stolen away with a crash down coming in from Ayla. 100 Thieves are thinking about a fight, but Faker's already level 6. Ayla with a flash away. River stepping forward here with a shield, with a heroic entrance, forces another flash, this time from River. 100 Thieves, yes, they overstay. Yes, it costs their summoners, but a heroic Comet Spear from River steals the objective right in front of T1.
They call them the Thieves for a reason. 4 HP on the dragon, and the spear is enough to secure it. 100 Thieves lead the objectives, and they slink back into the night with no kills on either side.
A very rare miss smite here from Owner, down to 4 HP, and River just walks up. Thanks for the leash, brother. It's normally Guma pulling these off, but Guma's not here. The true smiter on 100 Thieves is on the other side. Auto smite, 4 HP. That's 4 too many, as River's going to be able to grab it.
I love the guy in the audience who's literally doing Pepe hands as his reaction, as T1 are going to be a little bit disappointed with that, as now Rivers shows up in the mid lane with a Grand Star fall. Point and click there for the stun, and it's first blood over to Quid. This is what 100 Thieves wanted when they drafted Akali.
Yeah, Faker not even going to use the flash there, just going to hold on to it. Didn't think there was any real way he could get out, and I agree because the R2 would have still been there to follow and finish him off. So that is a great aggressive play here. Does cost them the flash and double ulti, but well worth it. They take down Faker. He has no TP, so they can push in the wave, deny some CS, get that kill onto Quid. And 100 Thieves, they really are pushing T1 so far in this series. They're playing great.
Faker, if he'd lost his flash as well, that only increases the likelihood of Quid having even greater kill threat later on in the laning phase. So I very much agree with you, Azael. Wise choice by Faker not to commit to that. The gold, though,
Those wise choices a lot.
Very even. That he does. Play going to be secured by Gumayusi. And what I find interesting is 100 Thieves is very committed to keeping FBI in the matchup against Doran. I think across the map that is costing 100 Thieves a bit in terms of gold and experience. Gumayusi about to take over to level 7, so he is pretty even with FBI, I stand corrected. As Doran with that small XP lead, level 7. And T1 should uncontested secure these grubs.
Exactly.
Only cost is going to be a few minions in bot lane, but 3 grubs for T1. They're going to be really happy about that, especially because, like you said, it's been Dokla lane against the duo lane. He's always getting pushed in. You know, mid lane has been getting pushed in. So T1 is going to get access to these towers, and they're going to be starting to shred through plates, which is a big problem here. I mean, Dokla, like, what are you supposed to do in this 1v2? There's not a lot, right? Like, all he can do is just try to survive, and he's done a good job of staying pretty even.
I mean, when you're looking at AD carry farm, comparing that, though, biggest individual gold lead in the game is Gumayusi over FBI. 85 farm compared to 68 is nearly 3 entire waves for the T1 AD carry. Now more than that, as he's continuing to just farm at an incredible rate.
Yeah, I mean, he's just free farming, right? Like, he's been in, 2v1s, he's been laning against this Rumble that can't do anything against him, and you're playing Nico Xayah against Rumble Rel to start the game. That's free farm, and then he's in a 2v1 a lot of time against the Rumble thereafter. So Guma doing a great job just hoovering up all the farm possible, getting accelerated on this Xayah. You called it out last game, Vetti, that Guma was just positioning so well, playing so well for T1, really was stalwart for them in that win. And Guma is going to be very difficult to dive and take down. Faker's going to go a super defensive build. He's probably just going Archangel's Roa. We're going to have Xayah that's very tough to take down. You're going to have counter engage from Keria, Galio ult to be there as well. These are not going to be easy carries to get onto and kill.
But that's also why we talked about 100 Thieves really needing to find advantages early. That was a really nice ultimate mid lane from River. We need to keep seeing these from 100 Thieves, trying to accelerate the game where they can, get this Akali ahead of the curve, get that first item just ahead of your opposition. And if you can just be that little bit ahead, get those item spikes ahead of T1 and then force them into those fights in these early games before those defensive items come through, that's where you can find these big advantages.
All right, down here in bottom lane, checking in is now finally it's AD carry versus AD carry, support versus support, and still though, that 3 waves or so lead for Gumayusi is present. Owner creeping through the lane now, looking for potentially the opportunity at a lane gank, but he's not going to see that come to fruition, so instead just channels the recall.
Yeah, I think more so he's just looking to cover because they know that River's ult is going to be back up, so he's just saying, hey, if we're going to push in this lane, look to put some pressure on there, I need to be there to cover. If Pantheon ult's in, that's an easy one fight in the 3v3. So, just smart stuff here from T1, continually moving that advantage forward. Essence Reaver now completed for Guma. And I mean, Keria is just kind of making everyone's life a nightmare everywhere he goes. He is causing problems for 100 Thieves. Nice little shuriken flip there from Quid to dodge a shockwave.
Yeah, that shockwave, not quite what Faker was hoping.
Didn't find them all.
No, we've seen some impressive shockwaves from Faker in the past. That one,
not one of the top 10s.
Yeah, that one's not going to make the highlight reel anytime soon, I don't think. But I also don't think 100 Thieves is I don't think T1 or 100 Thieves is too super worried about that one right now.
They might need to be though, Flowers. With the Dragon started off, Quid has his ulti, and River is in the river.
Okay, but T1 has total control over the area. They already lost the first Drake, but they started it up, remember, so early. So second Drake of the game, down before 12 minutes, 1-to-1 in Drake count, thanks to the earlier 100 Thieves steal.
I don't think that ward is in the... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that ward actually missed the brush. In any case, yes, I did miss that the AD carry had gone back to base. Definitely would have been a challenging fight. 100 Thieves trying to force that in a 3 versus 4, even without Faker.
But I'm with you. 100 Thieves is just so good that they should have 3v4'd that. That's an easy win.
Yeah, I mean, Akali with that ulti, very scary at this point in the game, that's for sure.
You've seen enough Quid to know he can make that happen.
Absolutely. I mean, he did solo kill Faker in the previous game. He started off strong, and I imagine he has to be riding that high with the level of confidence he's playing with.
I thought you were
right
going to go with, he did solo kill Faker with the help of River.
All right, Owner trying to come in here, make a move on to Quid, but because the Shockwave's still down from earlier, it means that Quid can make enough distance that Owner cannot try to engage after him with the Cataclysm without committing a flash. He does not want to use that. They know that Quid still has the ultimate, so he could get away defensively just with that. Comet Spear and the rest of the ulti coming in now as the Grand Starfall sets it up. Carry is knocked down. 100 Thieves, they find themselves a free kill, and now that's a 2-0 game in their favor. The Shockwave from Faker at the very end of the fight doesn't do anything.
I mean, it's a beautiful play, not only because they kept the kill on Dakaria, but because Faker had to flash to avoid it being him that goes down. So Faker flashes out, and Carrier just kind of has to tank that one for him. It's a get down, Mr. President moment, but you still got to pay that price, and 100 Thieves happy to take the blood toll.
The only bad news for 100 Thieves is the kill did go on to Ayla. They would have loved to have funneled a little bit more gold into their Akali, but at the end of the day, as you highlighted, Azael, advantages gained for 100 Thieves. A small gold lead in their favor. Herald are going to be spawning in about 1 minute, 20 seconds, and so T1 want to try and get that last plate before it wears off, and they're going to grab it. So T1 immediately going to close that gold gap, and we find ourselves once again in a very even game state. I think T1 do prefer this situation, especially with the Rod of Ages completed, and that's going to start stacking up for Faker in the mid lane.
And they get the third plate as well with the extra auto attacks, thanks to the fact that they have 3 grubs. The burn over time gets that third plate right before it ticks 14 minutes.
Now, ideally, Quid does not want to be fighting Doran. Doran has no kill threat on the Akali, but the Akali has no kill threat on the Doran. Meanwhile, Faker with no flash, sure. Rumble ultimate with the Pantheon ultimate could be enough to set up for a kill, but ideally they want to try and swap those when they can, because look at Faker right now. He's just bullying Dokla in the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, Dokla has been set behind definitely this game, but has done a good job keeping his farm quite close to where those mid laners are, and Quid not going to be having much fun. Definitely shouldn't be getting solo killed or anything like that, but could slowly get whittled down by Doran here and lose pressure, and I agree. They really want to be playing around this Akali, so they need to try to fix those lane assignments when they get an opportunity.
And you guys mentioned it back in draft, but it is so true. I want to reiterate it again. The taunt hard counters Akali smoke so well, and Ayla gets caught by Tangle Barbs, but only loses a small chunk of HP. River jumps in after Keria, who drops a Pop Blossom defensively and immediately then flashes over the wall to get to safety. Owner wanted to try to secure the crab before he made his exit, but he couldn't have the damage to get it done. Now 100 Thieves and River have control over the area. Because they've got the crab, they're going to start up the Herald, and it's up to T1 to try to stop them, but Keria has no ulti and no flash. This Nico is not very useful.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's going to be really difficult. Ayla's trying to wrap around here on Owner, make sure that he can't actually walk up for any chance at a steal. But T1 can just play mid. They're just going to actually knock down this tower here. So yes, they will lose the Herald, but here comes River.
River jumps in, Gumayushi immediately into the ulti. River tries to follow him, but the hero's entrance locks up the enemy jungler. And T1 takes the first turret. They take a kill, and now Quid is trying to come in to take revenge. Owner is your first target. He's down to 200 HP. He tries to get away with the perfect execution. Lives up to the name. Quid gets it done. Nicely played there from 100 Thieves to respond to the nice play that T1 started with. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but T1 taking the turret means they come out on top.
You're absolutely right, Flowers. A nice sequence from both sides as T1 acknowledge that they cannot contest the Herald, so they invest their resources into mid. But now, TP top lane.
Faker in a little bit of danger here. Equalizer to slow him down as he tries to escape. Dokla's got to be careful chasing after this. Quid has no ulti on the Akali. Faker trying to make his way all the way out. A beautiful shockwave. Dokla's down to make it a 1-for-1, but 100 Thieves still get him.
All right, they really wanted to force it. I thought they were just going to let him walk out because he was very far back, but instead they decided to force it. It does make it a 1-for-1. They will deny a few minions from Faker, so honestly not bad, but the fact that you spent your TP for that, you spent the flash on the Rumble for that, really means it is not worthwhile. And Doran is going to knock down your tier 1 on the other side, so another tower going to be going the way of T1. That top lane tier 1 is almost knocked down as well. The gold very slightly in the favor of T1 here, but 100 Thieves keeping it close.
The next objective is going to determine the feats of strength, but unlike last time, 100 Thieves are not in a position to contest this dragon. They will concede it. T1 will secure the upgraded boots as River looks to try and cross-map, stealing away camps on the top side. It's a very close game with no clear winner. T1 do currently have the map advantage simply because they've secured the mid and the bot tower. But 100 Thieves, I look at this Akali and I think they have a very clear win condition.
They absolutely do, but at the end of the day, I feel like a close game at this point heavily favors T1,
You're right?
It's
That's
so
true.
hard to really play into this composition, and the more time you give Faker without him being super behind, it's like, not only is he going to have Archangels, well, guess what's next? It's going to be Azonians after that. Then you have no easy target at all to dive. So 100 Thieves have really got to make them pay, I think, at this next dragon fight and try to blow the game open with something like a wipe into a dragon, into an Otacon, or I feel like T1 is just going to slowly scale until their carries can't be killed in a dive.
And the thing I immediately pay attention to when we have late feats of strength like this, the initial boot upgrade, it really doesn't add a whole lot of power, but it's the ability to upgrade the boot an additional time after the first 2 big items are completed. Killer Instinct from FBI, Pop Blossom to follow it up here. Carry on the defense as Ayla wanted to use the Magnet Storm, and they do secure the kill on Carrier, but now Doran jumps into the middle of everybody. He gets one back onto Ayla. Support for support as the Galio goes up into the air and gets away. Faker wants to throw the ball forward. 100 Thieves disengaging. Another 1-for-1.
That was a double DP from T1, so honestly, a 1-for-1 there does favor 100 Thieves. It is just the supports going down, but we'll see if they can find something more. Owner and Faker trying to make their way back towards top. I love that 100 Thieves is playing around this. They have Herald, so they're going to try to zone Faker away from getting back to this tower, and he might walk right into River.
No, he's just going to throw the ball.
They're not going to overstay their welcome. 100 Thieves want to go back to base, spend what gold they can. Otacon now going to be spawning in 50 seconds. I don't expect this objective to be immediately started, but in the fog of war... Okay, Rumble. I thought that he was setting up a trap. Looks like not going to be anything too significant. Squid going to push out this wave, and I imagine a reset will come through for him as well.
Honestly, I'm really surprised that River actually based there. Knowing that the Galio ult is down, I don't think there's much of a response that T1 can have to that sort of aggressive play, but didn't want to risk it, and as a result, they might be looking for Doran if he overstays as well.
I feel like they want to save Herald for mid. I guess they are worried about their siege. Similarly to last game, they are a very short-range composition, and against an Orianna, maybe they want to use this Herald to guarantee this mid tower. Doran, though, doesn't have his flash.
Nice. They stun him up with a Shattering Strike, and then they try to block the exit here for the Justice Punch. Doran cannot use it to get away because he would have to dash back first. So a nice
Otacon,
shutdown goes over to 100 Thieves.
No TP on Faker.
As Otacon spawns. T1 now in a 4v5 for the next 30 seconds. There is also no teleport on Doran once he respawns. He will have the hero's entrance if he needs it. The Herald is summoned up here in the bottom lane. A Herald charge alone will not kill the tier 1 turret, and Quid is still making his way over to the battlefield. T1 stabilizing for now as the Herald is shot down.
He's sitting in the fog of war. Our observers highlighting for us, but he was spotted on the entrance. Quid has to be so careful. T1 trying to collapse, but he will push them back with the assistance of his team. This Otacon, an objective too scary to start, especially with 2 seconds until Doran returns to the Rift. So 100 Thieves won't convert it into anything. They get some damage onto the bot tier 1, but nothing really garnered off the back of that pick.
Yeah, definitely worried there, I think, about starting it up, about it being a flip or getting knocked down, because that would be probably a game ender, a series ender. But, I mean, they knew Faker is back in base, has no TP, and Doran is dead and has no TP, so I thought that might have been an angle they would normally go for. But definitely is going to be a scary proposition. Quid now has the Storm Surge completed, so he's on 2 items. And it feels like, again, this is going to be a game coming down to a pivotal dragon fight. You cannot allow T1 to get that 3rd dragon for free move to Soul Point.
All right, Doran's about to take the tier 1 turret here in the top lane, put T1 at a very, very slight gold lead. 56 seconds until that potential soul point for T1 does spawn. 2nd item fully completed for Faker as well. He has the Seraph's Embrace all the way evolved. Quid Going after Doran here, going to allow the taunt to expire. River ready to join up. Yes, Doran is very tanky against magical damage, and he failed the flash over the wall. The Galio now with the hero's exit to get away to a nearby ally, but Quid tries to follow here with a shuriken flip. He goes in for the perfect execution. He's trying to still find the kill. Doran dies, and Quid's got the fancy feet to guarantee it. Oda wants to get away, but a flash 5-point strike hits all 5. Quid dies to the shockwave in retaliation, but it's a 2-for-1 for 100 Thieves, and one of the two is the enemy jungler. Ayla crashing down over the wall as Gumayushi forces his retreat. T1, they're a 3v4 on the map for now.
I cannot believe that Quid made that work. It was such a risky follow on the E, but he says, screw it, I'm gonna go in. He finds the outplay, he gets a kill onto Doran, the Rumble ultimate from Dokla with the assist onto getting the kill onto Ona as well. If it wasn't for Faker, he would have been 2-for-0.
But are 100 Thieves just gonna give the Dragon? I mean, you killed the jungler, you killed the top laner, they're not even moving down there whatsoever. We can see this one more time. It's all about the chase, and Doran, you are not going to get one shot. You can walk all the way, I promise. He just flashes early and flashes into the wall. And the E to follow. We're going on a wild ride, Eddie.
I mean, this was so risky. A nice interrupt comes through from Ona, but it also stops. Oh no, the taunt does still connect, but the ultimate is still available for Quid. He still connects the E as well. That Rumble ultimate is huge because of how much damage it does to Ona. It ends up being 2 kills, but we're back to live. The Dragon started off.
All right, T1 going after the Drake. 100 Thieves on the approach. T1's already got it down to 40% HP. Doran keeping Quid away off to the right side, pincer, as the Infernal Drake is secured by Owner and T1. 100 Thieves not there in time.
Yeah, River really wanted to finish a second item, so he does do that, but then you're allowing them the free soul point, and now they're going to engage.
Yeah, now it's a ton of damage. Back onto River. The shield cannot protect him in time. Quid wants threat onto Gumayushi, but he doesn't have enough. Pop Blossom's not going to stop him. Ayla into the middle of everybody here with a Magnet Storm. Carrier might just die to Quid, but FBI's already been executed by Owner. Ayla's next to fall. Double kill over to Gumayushi. Carrier dies, but it's so many dead on 100 Thieves in trade. Only Quid and Dokla are still alive as Quid tries to escape into the enemy jungle. Owner's got an eye on him here with the sweeper. Quid still trying to get out, but Faker's shockwave will seal his fate. T1 with a 4-for-1.
For simply approaching the Dragon, T1 find 4 kills. 100 Thieves positioning. They did not respect the possibility of T1's collapse. They lose so many members. They lose the Dragon. They lose the Arakan, and this game is quickly slipping away.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, again, the kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, watch it one more time. The Dragon was already down, but they were worried about the potential of Arakan. So River has the 2 items. He moves over here, but Doka's not with him. FBI's not with him. It's just such a good engage from T1. Start the fight very early. Owner then just locks FBI into the Cataclysm, and look at this from Guma. The R, the E flash, pulls the feathers through, knocks down FBI, and then all of a sudden it just doesn't matter because even though Quid had a really great engage, avoided the Pop Blossom, he only kills the support, and T1 just fights forward through the rest of the team.
Faker in an awkward position here.
Yep, tagged by the first Electro Harpoon. Exhausted now as he tries to fight back. Owner swooping in to protect his mid laner. Meanwhile, FBI's in danger. Killer Instinct defensively. Faker burning down. Dokla burning down. A little bit more damage from Flame Spitter. Isn't going to get it done. Faker finds the first kill back into Dokla. Gumayushi under pressure. He tries to sidestep away. A massive outplay from Gumayushi defensively with the feathers to buy a little bit more time. But he is shut down by River. It's still 3-for-1, favoring T1 as Quid and River are trying to get away. And Doran pushes the tier 2 mid.
That pick onto Faker could have opened up a Baron, but he is just so tanky. Dokla didn't have the damage to get through the shielding from Doran, the HP from Faker's build, and while Quid set his sights on the AD carry, Guma was far too resilient. Carrier was providing enough support, and 2 towers will fall off the back of that as T1 gain an even greater gold advantage.
I kind of want to see that one more time because it felt to me at first like maybe Dokla was just trying to hold on to the equalizer, not commit it, used it very late, but they are going to go back in. Can they actually stop the recalls in time?
Dokla looking for it. He has no equalizer to try to stop this, but they don't need it just yet. Here comes Ayla. He's locked him up with a Magnet Storm. Faker trying to get away. He's very low on HP, but River's on the approach. Faker and Owner both getting away over the wall. Quid on the chase. He finds the shutdown onto Faker, and now he's got to try to get himself out of it, but he's not going to find the kill under Quid here just yet. Owner's going to be burned down. Shutdown credits over to River. It's 2 kills for 100 Thieves.
What a fight there from 100 Thieves. They force it. They find the angle. Quid is back to base, but he has no TP. River is low. Owner is dead. They can't start the Baron, though, because the rest of the T1 members are very strong, and the health bars are too low for River and Quid.
The problem for 100 Thieves this game is that while they find kills, they cannot convert it into any objectives as Doran.
This one could be important, but the flash of the wall keeps Doran safe for now. 100 Thieves yet again looking for any chance they can.
All 3 outer towers are still alive for T1. 100 Thieves know that they have the numbers advantage. The Baron with the Kai'Sa relatively quick, but it's a risky force and they're not going to do it. 100 Thieves need to be converting these kills into something to turn this game around.
100 Thieves have not claimed a single turret this entire game, like you say, Vedius. Keria has been spotted out. Important to note, T1 also ahead, 29 flower petals. His owner goes in for the Cataclysm. They're ready to back it up with Faker and Gumayusi. It's 2 kills for free, 1 for each of the T1 carries. And now with the top laner and jungler down on the 100 Thieves side, T1 are feeling emboldened. Doran just distracting everybody here in the mid lane as the rest of T1 begins the Baron.
The positioning was scattered for 100 Thieves, and T1 are so quick to pounce. They take out the jungler, they take out the top laner, they convert it into a Baron, and now they've got firm grasp over game 2.
And just what I was saying before the fight broke out, it is over 2,500 gold worth of adaptive force for T1 just from the flower petals. This is one of the most one-sided flower petal counts we've seen in a game so far at Worlds. That, added on top of the 5,000 gold lead, added on top of the soul that's about to spawn here in 2 seconds, is huge.
Joko has no flash, and he's going top, so they're just going to give the soul. They're not even going to try to contest it here, and it feels like that might seal their fate in this game. We'll see if there's any sort of a attempt at a random seal, but not going to be there, as T1 will claim the Infernal Soul back-to-back games.
There's no Comet Spear this time. The 4,500 gold lead, the 2,500 adaptive force advantage, the Dragon Soul, which is worth multiple thousands of gold on its own. You're looking at a realistic lead of 5 digits of power for T1.
The MasterCard priceless moment will cement another soul for T1. 13 kills to 12. 100 Thieves have fought valiantly, but now they have to keep their base alive as T1 set the siege. This bot lane, though, they're not much of a minion wave to work with for now. Doran is going to escort a wave in the middle lane, but that's going to be caught by Quid. The wave clear isn't the strongest from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, they have basically no wave clear to speak of at all. River's trying to see, is there an angle? Will Doran overextend? But he doesn't need to. He knows it's just a matter of time before the T1 members on that bottom side are able to push in here. Keria is there.
All right, first inhibitor turret already down. Into the back line goes River, but into the front line goes Keria. Pop Blossom. FBI's already down, and Ayla's going to follow. River dies to the back line of T1. It's 4 dead already, and with only Quid alive, T1 is ready to end this game. The Shockwave will not find the Akali. Quid will waste as much time as he can, but it will not matter. 100 Thieves left it all on the Rift in their final series of League of Legends, but the winningest team in the history of the game will not be stopped here. T1, move on.
It was always going to be such a long shot against the back-to-back world champions here. 100 Thieves, as you said it, they left it all out on the Rift. They played aggressive. They played to the best of their ability. They came close at moments, but T1 always building those edges, especially in this second game. Full control, play towards the objectives, had great setups, and the killer instinct that they had to find these picks in the key moments really did separate the two teams.
T1 will move to 2-2. They still need another series to make their way towards the quarterfinals. But what a valiant effort from the Thieves. These players put everything onto the Rift, and what a showing it has been.
And you can hear the crowd cheering for the Thieves. Their final heist now coming to a conclusion. Up against a team, the caliber and the pedigree of T1, to stand against them and play that aggressively, that fearlessly. You've got to be proud of what they left on the Rift here today. Analysts, what are we thinking?
I think it's World Championship, and T1 always finds a way here, but the Thieves did not make it easy for them. I understand the frustration on the face of 100 Thieves here, given the year they have, given the comebacks that they went through to make it here today, with the run and the teams they had to face off against at Worlds. It can only be frustrating now.
There's no better way to go out than that. It was an absolute banger of a series. One of those times where if you just look at the scoreboard, if you look at the nameplates, it's just not going to do it justice. This was a back and forth. This was an extremely, extremely hard-fought victory here for T1. And I think there'll be a lot of question marks for them, even despite the plot armor going into the series tomorrow, because if you're an average fan, I think it was 100 Thieves. They might not have stolen the win, but it did steal a lot of hearts for that final series.
Yeah, I was really surprised actually to see, because obviously everywhere T1 go, they're always the home crowd, right? Even here in China a lot of times. But there were so many people standing here cheering, maybe for Dokla, again, our latest Doyen star, gaining a lot of fans. But the thing about 100 Thieves that I love about them so much is that they went out playing their style of game, right? So for as many times as I've disagreed with Grayson's drafts, you know, locking in the Akali, the Sylas for Quid, really playing to their strengths, which is creating these skirmishes all around the map. Good job, guys.
Good job, guys. Good job bringing the vibe, saving your season the way they did as well. I have only admiration for these players, for the way they fought. Inspirational thoughts here on your side, Emily. And
I won't sing it. It's a thing from my way. I won't sing it because I will actually get emotional, unfortunately. And
yeah, don't do that.
Emotions are bad, guys. Don't have them. But I love this 100 Thieves team so much. Thank you guys for everything you've done all year. You've been amazing to watch.
Of course, we're going to hear more about
Alrighty, so that's gonna be you know, I wanted to hear Emily Rand's speech, but that's gonna be it for us guys. I think at least until tomorrow or something. I don't know. Don't know if we have the draw today or something else, because like we still have to do the 2-2 groups or whatever, right? I do believe, yeah, we still have the 2-2 groups, but I don't know when those are going to be. Anyways, we'll see you guys either tomorrow or next week. So we'll let you know. Anyways, thank you for watching, as always, and have a great and wonderful evening, ladies and gentlemen.